Okay, what is up, everybody? We are back with some more Etheria Restart. How's everybody doing today, man? We're streaming on YouTube and the Twitch, so definitely, if you are here for the first time, or not, you've been here before, definitely make sure that you guys like the stream. I would really appreciate that. But yeah, today we're gonna actually be streaming for a couple hours. I gotta go to the gym today. What are we doing today? I'm just trying to help you guys today. For those that like talk about game planning, I feel like today's stream is going to be kind of sort of about that. My farming is kind of shifted, so I guess I can kind of talk about why my farming shifted a little bit. Maybe that'll give you guys a little bit more insight. But yeah, either way, let's go ahead. Let's see what's going on with the chat. What's good, Lim Boss? How you doing, fam? What's good, Soul? Gummy, what's good, bro? What's good, Duck? What's up, Bell? Lonzo? G, what's up, fam? Yo, what's good, Henny? You said, isn't it day 14? No, tomorrow is day 14. It's probably day 14 for Asia, but it is day 13 for global. You said, what did you do at the gym today? No, I'm going after I stream. I didn't go, but I'm going to be doing legs when I go. This man said day 7 for you, bro. How many times has it been day 7 for you, Lonzo? Well, what's good? He said first time chatter. I'm dead. Yo, hey, what's up, Risa? How you doing? How's life going? Right? How's life going? You said, yo, what's up, Shion? How you doing, fam? I'm doing not too bad. Can't complain. You said, how does the union versus union work? Well, I mean, I can't really tell you 100% because it's everybody's first playthrough of it. I was able to look at it and kind of got a general gist of how it works. But I kind of explained it a little bit in my day 13 video because it's kind of straightforward in how it works. Like, it's certain nodes that like should really only have your strongest people on it. But yeah, everything else is just kind of like placement. Yeah, it's different strategies to how you can do it. No, Deny, you're all good. No worries. No, you're all good. You're all good. Yeah, there's different strategies to it. That's what like we got to figure out too, like what strategy we're gonna end up using. Because to be real, like those that have experience, like probably from like Summoner's War and maybe even like E7, they might do all right. But like, this first playthrough of is gonna be interesting because like my guild. Hold on, I'm gonna show you what my union got matched up against. It actually had me dying because I was like, okay, like. That means like I know we're gonna win like 1000%, right? So hold on, let me actually set this real quick. Let me see if this is better with class. I might go class here. You said yeah, it was a level 7 union, bro. I was rolling because I was like, well, I don't know how we're gonna lose that. Like we would have to be straight doo-doo butter to lose that fight. I'm not gonna lie, like that's pretty bad. Like, because level 7 means that they did not play more than like 3-4 days collectively as a union. So like, if it's full of wells, it's one well. Like, it's only one well, bro. Like, it's literally almost impossible. Because the other thing is that level up comes from contribution, which means nobody's really been contributing. You said my union is level 20 and the union facing is level 10. Yeah, I've seen that some people got level 20 unions matched up against them. But I also think it might be based off of how they were performing in whatchamacallit. Okay, yeah, this is safer with Valerian. How they were performing in what's that stuff called? The union boss. Yeah, the union boss. That I think is kind of the determining factor. All right. Why is my okay? That's what's screwing me, dude. I hate using Lily, yo. Like she's like, you have to like retune everything if you're gonna use Lily, bro. Like it's so like why? It's like she's good if you were already building her, but if you try to revert back to, or like try to add her to, like, oh my god, like it's just so much that you got to revert. Like, you said, yeah, Lily's tuning is mad annoying. Like, because you have to like be aware of it. Like I just like at this point my account's just been kind of doing its thing, so I just like plug and go. But when I put her in there, she like makes your DPS like completely rotate out of rotation. So I'm just like, all right, well I got to make her slower than all of my debuffing, so that when she rotates my DPS, then it's pushing him forward, so that it's like. But then if you're playing something else, she needs to be faster. So it's like she really honestly needs 2 builds, which is kind of a thing. You said PvP, she needs max speed. PvE, she needs me. Yeah, she needs to be. That's what I mean. Like it's like you just gotta have a preset for it. Oh wait, this should be fine. Oh, but this isn't. Okay, well I'll use this team, but I need this to be on auto. You said why the casual union getting harder matchup than the well union does really put your account on easy mode, bro. I don't even know. Somebody was like, oh, that's not bots. I'm like, I'm not saying it's bots, but I'm just saying like it doesn't make sense. Like I would think they need to recalculate like who we're being matched up against, because that doesn't seem right to me. Like it just didn't. Like as soon as I seen it, I was like, wait, why are we fighting a level 7 union? Because we were level 10 in like what, 2 days of grinding. Like we hit level 10 like 2-3 days. So that's why I was like, well, if you're a level 7, that's like a day. That's like a day of playing, you know? So I'm like, I don't know, man. I have no idea. You said yo, what's up, MJ? How you doing, fam? You said good. I'm doing some work while I have the stream on. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. I appreciate you for stopping by. Okay, yeah. Now we can put this on auto and we can just straight jet. Oh, you said my support's so fast. She can't boost the DPS above them. Yeah, see, I don't have that luxury, unfortunately. Everybody's accounts are like so different though. Like even if you're spending, like this game, it's in a really weird like spot right now for a lot of players, because there's like the players that are able to do like certain things like Inferno, but then there's the players that can't really do it. But that's also kind of RNG too. Like some people got really lucky on their rolls, so like they're able to like build into those Inferno teams and like be at those speed caps. Like I think like for example, if you want to do Inferno, you need to have like most of your stuff above 270, right? So like that's kind of like the minimum like speed that you kind of want. So yeah, good luck. Like that's like that, like for me at least, like my fastest as of today is a plus 113. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like you have to have somebody on your team needs to be above 270 to help rotate you. Otherwise it's just like, nah. Like it's just not gonna happen. You said, yo, what's up, Slash? How you doing, fam? You said, yeah, I got everything. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, too, is like right now, in my opinion, I don't think anyone really should be farming modules right now. They should be farming shells, to be honest. Like, it just is kind of like, yeah, you could do it. But even if you're welling, like, bro, if you just stopped and saved all your pots and blasted them on the 2 times, you know how much more of a return you would get? Because the other thing is too is like the shells aren't a part of the 2 times, so that's gonna make the most sense for your investment output for the remainder of the week. Like if I'm being real, to be honest. Yeah, like yeah, so not no 2 times for shells, so all my stamina goes there now. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And to be real with you, like the main thing is shells. So I that's the thing about shells though. Shells give you the highest like output in terms of resource, because you can get training data and still get Etheria coin, and then also still get the shells too. So it's kind of like, you know, you're getting more bang for your buck, and that's why I think they're not doing it ×2. Because if shells had ×2, oh, it'd be over. Like that, like you would be hitting every marker. You'd be getting Etheria coin. You'd be getting the training data. Then you'd be getting double the drops on your runs for shells. So then you would be able to sell more shells for training data. So yeah, I kind of figured they weren't gonna do that. But everything else, like even EXP, like doesn't really give you much outside of the EXP. And maybe I mean it's not even that it doesn't give you much. It can give you drops like Animus prototypes and shadow prints. So it kind of makes sense why they don't really like give you anything else, because technically a Animus prototype is worth 100 Hydra crystals. So if you got like one of those or two of those, that means you technically earn 200 Hydra crystals and 100 stamina, which is basically like a return value essentially. So you said I'll go crazy if shells was 2 times. Yeah, no, honestly. Yo, Sergio, appreciate you for stopping by, fam. Appreciate that. Yo, what's good, Cat? How you doing, bro? You said I wish that investigation gave more XP, but I think that's why they're doing the 2 times. That's what I figured it was going to be for, was so that you could get more of a benefit or have more of a reason to farm it. It's something I've seen typically done in like games super early. It's like kind of to create structure for players. That's why I think like for them, like it's like, I didn't think it was going to be something they would do early, but I did think it would be something like maybe after the first like 3-4 weeks of the game being out, they would run like the 2 times event so it could start people on a cycle. Because to be honest, that's really what's going to be the big bang, like the bang for your buck is like, okay, I'm using my stamina regularly. I might do some refills with Hydra crystals, but really my stamina pots, that's like right now I have, for example, I have 35 stamina pots. So that's 3,500 stamina, right? That's going to blast me a ton of levels, right? But I'm also doubling the value of my drops. I think the 2 times is still I think it's technically still like, it's not I don't think it's a 1-to-2 ratio in terms of like account XP. I just think the drops themselves get doubled. They could adjust it, I'm not sure, but I think before it was still the same output. It didn't double your EXP, it just doubled your drops themselves. He said, can you check my account to see what I need to clear Inferno? I mean, what do you have? I'm gonna be real, it is real specific, but what do you have? You said, have you done RTA? If so, what rank are you in? I haven't touched any RTA. My account's not ready to do any RTA. People that's doing RTA right now, low-key, have like way better gear and way faster units. My units, even with the current meta, which the current meta right now is cleave, right? It is whoever goes first rotates wins, right? And you need to be able to do the counter pick or counter play. And I can't actually build counter anything right now because all the counter stuff I want to build is in Aurora. And Aurora, I would say out of the 3 dungeons, is currently the hardest one to farm. So you could get some decent second module ones, but up against like people with like their triple modules and stuff, and now people are already farming Inferno. Yeah, good luck, right? Because if you look at like any of the dungeons, right, you can look at like Inferno Aurora. It has 3 people on global that have cleared it, right? Let's see if there's any recents. Yeah, 3 people on global that have cleared it. 3. Like, and these are not fast runs. Like, there's a 12-minute run, a 6-minute run, and another 6-minute run, bro. And the crazy thing is one of the teams has 3 freaking healers on it. So I was like, bro, I am not stressing myself. Like, like, no, like at all. Like, it's not that crazy. You said I gotta do a little RTA. Go to Pat, but past that feels like well territory right now. But okay, so you gotta remember when it comes to to RTA, there's different methods that you can do to be able to compete in RTA. You can play the full duration of the season. You can like play day to day, or you can last like couple of days or last week of RTA for the season. You can go in and burst and just do as many matches as you want to. Like, you don't have to do it across the board now. People are doing that now so they can try to assert a slot. But the thing is that if there's people going in there and they're going head to head and toe to toe, people can still climb up into higher rankings and knock people out. So that's the thing too. You said get your 2K reward points every week though. Yeah, you could do it for that. But I mean, other than that, that's just participation. That's really all that is. But other than that, I'm not like sitting there sweating it. Because it's the same thing with Etheria. Like that's what I was telling people before. Make sure you just do Etheria. I don't care if you lost all your matches, it doesn't matter. You literally get currency just for playing it. So me trying to climb it though, nah. It's not gonna make sense. I mean, initially I'm gonna start out going up against bots and stuff like that, but I'm not like hard pushing it right now. It's I'm playing a little every day just to get the highest reward there I can. Yeah, you said my account is literally all supports, bruh. Hey, yeah, you need them DPS. You said I like how a lot of people say Leon falls of Etheria, but I managed to beat Hell 4 with trash builds. Yeah, she can work all the way up there. I mean, the thing is that like it's your setup. Like you have to kind of overextend like the duration of the fight so that she can actually deal the damage that you need. That's what I did even with my deting. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not hitting the marked target. I just made my run last longer. Like it's like you just have to tweak those things. I think the problem was for a lot of players is that they were going in there with like say the first couple of days people were jumping into hell. They weren't going in there with like the best builds. Like they were going in there like just scraping by. And then same thing every time they went into the next difficulty. People that were clearing the next thing for like say Hell 3 or Hell 4, they didn't have the best of gear. It was like okay gear that got them just enough into that. And then now they're starting to get to the point where it's like, all right, now I'm starting to get some pretty nasty gear. I'm getting those the final shell or a final module bonus, which is like, the Swift Rage, Swift Smite, stuff like that. So managed to 2-star with her first try though, so not even a stall build. Yeah, I mean, how long was your run though? Was it like still like, was it like around like the 2-minute mark? You said there were for sure nerf all Inferno content right now. Is only a handful of wells. Elite is saying that it's fine because they want to milk their advantage as much as they can. Said the average player is already losing interest in the game at Hell 3 out of 4. I mean, to be honest, I will say I personally will. I think there needs to be some time for them to have it because they're putting money into the game, but it doesn't need to be forever, right? I think that's kind of my take there. That's kind of the thing that Wells are basically getting right now is they're playing to progress. But to be honest, even some Wells aren't like really like beating everything. Like, right? Like somebody seen my account. They're like, how are you a well and you didn't beat? I'm like, bro, I started welling like 2 days ago. Like there's some people that have been welling since the day the game dropped. Like my account was a $5 account from like for the first 11 days of the game being out. So to be honest, like for free to play, like I always say, your metric is time and fine tuning. So you can get into those other difficulties. It does not require you to have mythic gear. Mythic gear is not actually the real determining factor for a lot of these teams. Some of them is just the fact that they have rolled speed on the pieces. And the thing is that welling at this point, if you're even farming Inferno gear, that means you're only farming mythical gear, which means you need to also be able to afford to level mythical gear, which most free-to-play aren't going to be able to afford that anyway. So you can still climb this stuff with just outstanding gear, right? Like if you roll a good speed piece on something like that rotation, you being able to like keep going or being able to go before the boss, or you're moving faster, and then you also have your gigabyte cut, like the more you fine-tune, the easier your runs become. And that's one thing I even noticed with like my runs is like once I started fine tuning certain things, I go up a little bit more speed. I got that piece, I got another piece to alternate in. Like it started making my account flow a lot better. So even with me being able to jump into my Hell for Aurora, I was at Nightmare 1 because I just hadn't did it. And just because I just been like farming everything else, I jumped into Hell 2, like just kind of doing it just cause, right? But that's the other thing too. It's like the thing for even those wells is like they're up there, but they're not necessarily getting fine-tuned gear either. Like that's gonna still be the grind. So somebody can straight up have certain gear and still be able to compete just because their gear is more tuned. Like it just all depends. Like somebody with say Inferno gear doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna cut in front of you. Unless they are equipping like the Swift Raids. That's where you kind of have the issue. It's like once they start adding that extra 15%, then yeah, you're gonna see that for sure. But that 15% only really matters if they have good rolls on their pieces in the first place. So it's kind of like almost like the whole modifier argument. Like, oh yeah, I'm using Swift Rush, but all of my base speed values are like kind of garbage, so I don't really get anything from it, right? So it's like they still need to make sure their pieces are tuned. Like, so they're going to be looking at pieces that need to be at that +6, like plus 6 and up range for stuff to really make sense for them. It said, what do you do for Ember Track, Sharon? I don't even know. Where am I on Ember Track? I think I did a little bit of Ember Track yesterday. Did I do Ember Track yesterday? That's Grim Pursuit. That's Anasync. What did I do? Oh, that's what I was doing. I was doing Anasync. I don't think I touched Ember Track. I'm still on 27. I just haven't gone back in here yet. I could do that today though. He said I can do H4 on Terror. And Doki, but Inferno is too big of a jump. Yeah, I mean that's fine though, right? Like you're like you got to think about it. It's like where you're at currently in the game, 12 days, 13 days in. That's fine. Like in reality, like that you only have one more dungeon at that point, right? So that's not the worst thing. Let me see if that team works. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I gotta farm my my Revelation though. So let's see. We're gonna do this. Do that, and we'll put that back. You said, yo, what's good, Big Kai? How you doing, bro? You said, did they do something to Nico Inferno last night? Not that I know of. I haven't tried any of the Infernos, to be honest, because I don't have anyone to cut right now. Like my speeds, like I think again, my fastest character right now gotta be like 108, 113 or something. Like it's like, yeah, it's slow for me in terms of speed rolls. So you said, what team are you using in that auto farm right there? Who was in that? Dating, Klaus, Freya, and Valerian. That's bro, I promise you that's not really that fast. It's fast for like Hell 3. Hell 3, but not for Hell 4. I mean, for Hell 4, sure. Yeah, Hell 4, it's okay. The arm and the body still get to go, but yeah, it's. But I'm slowly tweaking them. That's the thing. Like I was telling you guys before, I was like slowly but surely like tweaking everything. Like I'm like leveling things up to a certain point to see if it actually rolls speed and stuff like that. Like that's what I've been basically doing, because otherwise, I don't know, it'd be slow. Let's see if we can do. I need to do my union battle thing. Get that out the way. You said, how should the team be built? I got mine built right now. I don't even know if it's swapped though. Okay, yeah, I got him right now. Was he attack, crit rate, crit damage, keen eye and fury. But if you need to use Onslaught and like Harvest early, you can. It works until you're able to get your Keen Eye Fury. What else is there? I mean, once I get to... there's something I need. I'm going to end up probably swapping one of these pieces to more crit damage. But I need to roll more crit rate subs. So... He said, I never changed anything, literally logged back in, said this is weird as hell. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's like the runs, like I cleared, what was it? Hell 3 on Doki. So I'm up there now, but my run is just like it's like a 5 out of 10 right now. So I'm just like, all right, yeah, I gotta clean that up some. But a lot of it is just the sustain and the stun that happens. So he said lost to Inferno Terror and he had no life. I had to record it too, so I had to go. He said you had to go to go for a walk. What happened? he was just spazzing out. He said, what's a better to build, Mio or Doki? Wow, Mio. Ooh, another stabilizer. Yeah, Mio's definitely way better for right now. Like she right now, as much garbage people was talking about her, she's literally running meta right now. So yeah, Like everybody is like, she sucks. I'm like, oh, does she now? I'm like, bro. I'm like, if you're talking about cleave, anything that can absorb turn meter and freeze is gonna be freaking meta, especially on a fresh game. So yeah, she's cooking meta right now. And she's doing like there's some setups where she's straight DPSing down teams. I'm like, bruh, like yeah, she's kind of a whole problem right now. Let's see. We can go. What is this? Red. Wait, we think. Boom. We got the sustain. Could go Ling Lao if somebody has one. But we also could throw in a defense breaker. But nobody had. Like, I gotta put my Kloss on support, brother? Nobody has Kloss on support. All right, bet. That sounds like what needs to happen here. I guess we're throwing your Rosa though. Oh no, give me that one. No, Terminator does not work on immunity. Terminator still, at least. That's how you're able to negate it. Give me vulnerability. Yo, what's good, Somatic? How you doing, fam? You say you had no life and just F my team and nuked everyone. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, it's like you gotta actually be fast for that content now. Like you can't just go like, they said, oh, you was beta tested? Yeah, that don't matter no more. Yo, that's so funny. Yeah, I walked in there, Nico Nana Inferno did that to me. I straight up walked in there and she just straight up uppercut somebody in the gut. And I was like, oh, all right. So there's that. He said, how is the law of silence test going on Kloss? That wasn't for me to test. That was for someone else. Yeah, I got too many projects I'm working on for my my whatchamacallit, my shells right now. So I can't build up law of silence. I gotta finish my revelation. I gotta do another gigabyte. And I'm probably gonna do a count as well. Count is actually really busted. I found a way to actually to manipulate using count better, because count actually is pretty nuts. He said, I beat Sharon anyways. Just get lucky with Freya's nightmare. Yeah, the nightmare with her is just huge. He said it's like a game that it's like the game just say you don't you're not getting this clear. Back to the lobby. Yeah, it is full sending us back to the lobby, that's for sure. Like Aven chilling. Damn, son. Alright, so we're at what, 60 something? Alright, we gotta clean that up. He said, would you rather build Heinrich or Holden for making your life easier in Aurora? Well, I don't really think it's the strip that's the problem. To be real with you, I'm gonna almost argue that like Viper or Yang can probably strip a little bit more consistently in there. Just because of the fact that they don't require as intensive skill up mats like with the lattice. So that's kind of that, right? He said, as a count user, how do you abuse it? How do you abuse count? Well, okay, think of it from this perspective, right? What a lot of people do in like certain games is they overbuild, but they don't actually build up other values that are going to make you do more of something. So let's say, for example, you're rocking, what is it? Let's say you got about 1200 and something attack, right? You could technically take off, or actually, let's say you have normally like 2.6K, right? You could take off your attack piece, put count on. Count before you actually take your turn will boost your attack by, what is it, 1200 at max, and then you can throw in another crit damage piece. So just let that process. So what that means, right? You're putting more value into not the thing that not more attack, but more crit damage, because crit damage can go up to like 400 and something. So the more crit damage you have, and you have it at a solid amount of attack, you're still going to be hitting hella hard. I think some people try to push like 4K attack on certain characters. They don't need all that. And unless they are a character like a Born or a Hell Kid, most of like the DPS to do like decent damage need to be at like 2 point something, right? So you're basically just filtering out your stats so you're not over stacking into a value, and you're just able to build. It allows you to build into another stat, and it lasts for 2 turns. So whatever like clear you're typically doing, it's going to allow you to blast things down much quicker. So even some characters that people will do that with, you can do that on characters like Ramoka, for example, right? Because the main thing with her is that like, it's like, well, I need the crit and I also want to have enough crit damage. But to be honest, having that stack, it's not really just so much about the healing part. It's about the extra attack you get, right? You said, is this my, the team ain't hit it hard enough? Said 1.5K attack ain't cut it. No, yeah, you got to be higher for sure. Yeah, you definitely got to be higher for sure. Up until the point of like being able to have the stat values you want, you know, you're going to have to make do with like other values maybe being slightly lower. And like, say it might mean that you don't have your crit all the way at like 100 or something, right? Like it could be that. But the thing is that like, you have to get a little bit more witty with how you build your units. And this is why I said like a lot of the tier list, the issues that are being presented is that it has no data up until more recent stuff that's showing anything from the bottom up. So a lot of it is like, okay, well, yeah, this unit's this, but how did you get to that unit being like that? It doesn't immediately just end up being that way. That's why like, okay, like Rosa's T0, but why is she T0? What makes her T0? Like, how did you get to X point to do that? Like, what was the build up? Like, how long did it take you to get her to T0? Was she max skilled or was it just one skill, right? So it's like stuff like that that makes a world of a difference in like, even like some of your earlier investment choices. Like right now, as much as people were trying to say they were going to reset her, right now, it is a fact that Shadow Sania is like one of the very few characters that can like clear certain difficulties right now. And it's just because of how her ability works, right? So with that being the case, that's not necessarily the truth after the game has been going for X amount of time. That's the truth right now where people's gear is. Like the more time that people invest into actually building up their stuff, the easier it'll be for other teams to be able to do the thing or like clearing content. Shadow Sania requires not nearly as much investment because of how her skill works. So she doesn't need to have a ton of DPS. She just needs to be able to stack her poison, or sorry, her dot. And then that's that. Like, you know, that's really like anything that's going to enable her to be able to do that. That's going to basically be what wins, right? For at least a setup with her. You said the more gear, the more people going to get stronger. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it really is just the fine tuning part. And a lot of players kind of don't want to do that. They want to jump. And shout out to True Evil for that, because he said it earlier. And I was like, you know, like that's pretty valid. A lot of people want to jump 4 steps, but they're like not realizing that those steps in between are literally the important steps so that you actually can normalize your runs, so that you can have consistent runs. Because if you go from like, okay, I jump 4 steps and I clear it once, one thing you'll hear, right? There's like, if you look in the world chat even, there's going to be a whole bunch of people, level 50s, level 57s, level 56s. I'm telling you right now, if you ask them, are they autoing their run on Inferno? Probably not. Like most of them are not. Most of them are actually not autoing it at all. They're actually manualing the fight. Like, so when you think about that, that's even telling you like, even for them, they're not technically at that point yet. They're kind of forcing it a little bit more. So a lot of people are manualing those. See, okay, yeah, exactly, right? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so it's a screw perception. Like people are thinking like, yo, the Wells is just up there. They just auto and everything. And that's not the case, bro. Like, it's not the case. It's rough up there, right? But what it is what they're pushing for is like, well, if I can at least get the clear, that's still going to be building up some drops for me, right? Which is, there's some validity to that, right? but it's not all hyped up like, you know, some people are making it out to be. It's like, oh, the wells are just up there autoing. No, they're manually right now. Even with the Shadow Sania strat, a lot of people are manualing that. Like they aren't like autoing it. So a lot of people are like, oh, I want to replicate that, but it's like, well, you gotta kind of think about what you're actually doing. You said it's on 57 auto in. Like, it's I don't even think he's hitting enough. So I'll give you a better if I could. So I can vouch I've cleared most Inferno content and only Nico Nada is an auto so far, which makes sense. That one makes sense. You said I just got Shalcinia, but I have no Fangus. Is it worth to try to pull for him? I mean, no, not really. Like, it's like, I mean, could you get him? Sure. But okay, like, if we're being real, I don't think, there's no way to guarantee it. Like, I would be doing you a disservice if I said go and chase, what's his name? Fangus. Like, honestly. Chasing Fangus is just kind of like a needle in a haystack scenario. You could get lucky, or you could be 400 pulls in and still not see a Fangus. Like, that's kind of like I wouldn't do that. Because, like, yo, I'm telling you, like, it's like right now with my account, I don't have an Obel yet. I'm like well into, I don't even know if it's tracking how many pulls I've done anymore. How many pulls have I done? It's an obscene amount. It's an obscene amount now. So I know I'm like well over 600 pulls. So it got to be 7 almost. So like, yeah, nah. You said, is it on the pass? Maybe. Because I know it doesn't track it anymore there because the mission is done. Oh, there's the pass. Hold on. Go back. Yeah, Obel is nuts in game, man. You put him on a Codex of Magic, he just rips everything. Let me see. That's investigation. Shells, daily progress. No, I don't see anything for pulls though. Yeah, I don't see anything for pulls. You said, don't mess with the RNG guy. Say we'll smite you unless you're willing to offer your firstborn. Like Moses. Man, yeah, that yeah, so I summoned over 500 times, but it tracked that at the 450. So yeah, I mean, I'm probably at like 7 something, I would think. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Cause I did actually no, I'm definitely probably around there. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, probably around there. So yeah, that's like, yeah, nah. Like not even worth, bro. I wouldn't go that crazy. Like, cause I would actually say it would be more beneficial if like you were intentionally pulling for an SSR and then you also got you also ended up getting say Fangus at that point. But like, yeah, chasing Fangus right now, oh man, that's just so, that is so random. It's gonna be random. You said it's in the quest? Hold on. You said my humor resembles Kanye's? Wait, Kanye West? Really? I don't see it in, well, I can't scroll anymore on here. It's I'm working towards a Fangus Viper comp for Nico Inferno, but lack the lattice. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how to take that. You said I'm not sure you want to be any part of Kanye right now. That's what I'm saying. Like he be wildin'. Yo. You said, nah, you can't let that slide, Zox. You said the random burst will laugh. Oh, how I just laugh out randomly? I mean, I guess. I mean, dude, I'm sorry. There's like really not much that offends me, honestly, at this point. He said, thoughts on maxing Hoden's S2, did S3. His S2 is kind of busted. Not gonna lie. I do not regret maxing that. Because to be honest, the strip is pretty consistent, even without leveling in it. But the 100% pushback is just kind of crazy. Even against things like, he said mods ban him like he's not a mod. Even the 100% pushback is, yeah, that 100% pushback is kind of ridiculous. Okay, don't give me any revelations. We love that, right? Let's do one more of these. And then I'll be done with that, and it will do the last 70. You said maybe he meant old. Yeah, it gotta be, right? You said Rosa is kind of not used late game. Should it be a reset? Said has 6 perfect lats in her. I mean, she does get used in some stuff, like in certain things, but not as much as like I think everybody thought she was going to be, especially with the difficulty shift in a lot of stuff. So yeah, she does get used. I mean, like the thing I always have to ask really is, are you enjoying using her, or do you feel like she's like not really giving you value? Because he said, dang, T0 Rosa getting reset saying ain't so. Bro, I was trying to tell people, I was like, bro, if you're trying to use Rosa to like clear stuff in the game, it's kind of try-harding a little bit. Like it really is. Cause like general usage with Rosa is kind of low-key try-hard. Like it kind of sort of is. You said Rosa can carry hard in co-op, but that's like, man, I mean, Bill Chloros, and he can also help you clap. he at least is like a super in game for Terra Matan, you know? Like he still gets up there too. He just needs people to hit into his ult. And you say you have to invest in the Rosa for it to work, so it's either you're in or you're out. Yeah, that's literally the whole premise of it. I just don't think that makes sense to do those types of investments when you're early in your progression, because it kind of locks you in, right? Like you're like, I got to do that. But then if your account rolls like otherwise or rolls like slightly different, then yeah, co-op farming is not worth T0 title. That's true. I do agree with that, because like, to be real with you, anybody, like, you could literally do a slow roll team and still hit triple S low key. Like, if there was like maybe more incentive for going above, then there's that. But like, I mean, even unions, right? Like it's like capped at 100. So if your team can hit 100, it kind of doesn't matter what team it is. Like, it's like, do they work really at the end of the day? So, I mean, that's kind of that. Cause I've like, even like for a lot of my runs to hit the 100, I just use the Ting and maybe support Lily or something really to make him just go multiple times. You said she was really not that hard in co-op if you have a good partner. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like, I think that's the thing that we have to look at right now is PvE. Like most people can't do PvE well enough because they don't have the means to facilitate their PvE properly yet. And that's why I was like, well, okay, if I'm not going to be doing it at a competitive level right now, I need to, obviously do it for like the reasons of like trying to upkeep resources. And like, even right now, like I bought, what was it, earlier? I bought the lattice out of here. And then I'm probably within the week, I'll just clear out everything else. Because we're doing the 2 times, I was even considering buying Etheria coin, but because we have the 2 times coming up, then I'm gonna just focus on the evolution lattice and the orange shadow prints. call it a day with that, and that's not gonna be hard for me to hit those points. But he said I got today on Doki and also Shida. So I heard they're good together. Said early game though. Yeah, Shida actually does work. She's gonna be able to help you clear a lot of stuff too. Like especially super early. Like she works. Even in your early Doki team, she can work pretty well. That's who I was using up until I had ended up getting Ramoka. That's actually who I was using. I was using Shida the entire time. And she worked fine. I just had to make sure I had sustain on my team, keep her alive, and run was perfectly fine. You get the selector box, which you can pick Kazuyo from. So it's the same thing, just a slower team. You just put the sleep on the enemies. It removes the damage reduction for 2 turns. And she can kind of just cook. And she ramps really, really well, even in early game. One thing that does help her, though, is just having her on a team with a buffer. Like, that's it. You have her with somebody that's buffing her. She's going to build up her Soul Flame stacks much faster, and she just gets to kind of pop off. You said Nightmare Phantom Theater is a lot more difficult than Horror Phantom Theater. You said I can't even get an A on it. Yeah, that's fair. You said she can do Nico Inferno on Auto, but you need Lily or Mio for it to work. Oh, you're talking about with Rosa? You said, what do you think of the events not being free-to-play friendly? I think for the events, they need to, like, for what it's worth, I feel like for the events, the main thing is that they need to come to some general consensus on like making the events somewhat similar, even if they're different. Not in the sense that the events need to be the same, but your currency earned output should be relatively close. Cause like even for me, like, I mean, I gained all this stuff, but I'm definitely not going to be able to clear out the entire Concerto shop. I would say that the biggest thing is like targeting what you really need here. But I think at least making it to where players can clear out all the main things in here would make it much easier for people to build stuff, to be honest. Because, yeah, I've been doing it every day, and it could just also be my rolls. That could also be a thing. Maybe because I did auto. That could have also cooked me. But, yeah, I played it every single day, and it's it didn't give me enough points. So, yeah, we definitely need, I think, more points added for the accumulation of getting everything out of there. You said, Ayo, get out of flat Zox. Bro, I need to just do it, bro. Yo, you know what's funny is I like straight up just been going in there and I just been like, you know what my problem's been, bro? 99% of the time my units don't have gear on. So as soon as I go in there, I'm like, I can climb. And then when I look at my team, they have no gear on like ever. Like I already have 2 units on my defense with no gear, and I can already tell because they have no pet. Like, so that also cooks me when I be getting hit. I'm like always moving stuff, so I'm just like, all right, brother. Let me see. I'm probably gonna do, because my farm is almost done for the day, so I'm gonna go in there as soon as I finish farming. You say he's smurfing, bro, low key, and then just blast climb all the way up, right? You said build more gear, brother. Bro, listen, I'm stacking right now. I'm being super fine-tuned, min-maxy, because there's really no rush, right? Like I'm not rushing anymore. I think I'm trying to think about this, right? Like I just built Hoden, and I was gonna try to do Hoyan, and I was like, bro, there's no way. I was gonna do it, but I was like, this makes 0 sense to do it. Like, I was gonna blast build both of them, and that would have made no sense, like at all. That like literally make no sense. You said Zox leveling her eyes. You said no way I'm building her right now. No, I'm saying like for me to blast build level 60, I like was gonna 50 him, then level 60 her, or sorry, 6-star her, then level 50 her, then try to put lattice in her too. I was like, bruh, I don't even have all that lattice anyway. So that's kind of the thing. You said, I keep forgetting to gear my Leon before logging off, and I wake up to minus 100 points from failed defenses. Yeah, like she literally needs lattice, bro. Like it's the same thing as before though. Like it was never not the case. Like she needs full investment, but that's why it's like, yeah, she can be super top tier for PvP, but she ain't gonna be cleaving the way you want her to until she's skilled up. To be honest, she needs to be skilled up. Because she's a very risky character, so you get more value out of her being at max, because she needs to be executing people. Otherwise, it's just like 0 point if they could if they're like barely dying. You said I saw 4% Hoyan on my Fury keen-eyed Dating build on her, and she didn't even do jack for damage. Yeah, I mean, bro, I was saying that before when I seen she didn't have the ignore defense anymore. I was like, ah, man, like that actually would have probably gave her a little bit of leeway, like earlier. But because she doesn't have it, I was like, nah, she needs to be max. Like she needs the full modifier. She's gonna need really good gear. And I'm pretty sure her gear is still gonna be stuff like momentum and stuff like that too, so she can hit hard into the debuffs. You said I always go into battle to scout for shells and go away if they have mythic shells or gigabyte on speed units, just playing super safe to get my wins in. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be honest, I live by that term in Etheria, don't be a hero. Like that's just, there's no reason to be, right? You said, yo, Zaz, you know how to control Biotin's S2? There is no way to control it right now. I think it might be like slightly bugged because it just kind of targets whoever. And it wasn't always like that. So I think it's bugged really, because like she'll randomly will target. I was like, I feel like it's because of how her what her abilities are, but yeah, it doesn't really have a specific targeting. It just like kind of picks whoever. Like, so sometimes it'll do Freya like on my comp. Sometimes it'll do a lot of the times it won't do the DPS. It usually goes to a support for some reason. So it like rarely ever goes to my DPS. So you say you can't even buy last to build stuff. So well, not enough. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's very true. So are you going to play Horse Girl Gacha? Horse Girl Gacha. Wait, what's that? I don't know what that is. So it would be she said we should have more control on auto, like pick what skills we want to use first. Said that Zach said would be nice. I mean, to be honest, Uma, what is that? I've never heard of that. I literally have never heard of that game. Wait, I've never heard of that game. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, some games have it, some games don't. Kind of like, does E7 have it? Does E7 have it? I don't think they do. You said he don't watch his videos. No, honestly, if I watch Cyan's videos, a lot of the times it's like end of day. He said, Musume, pretty derby. Okay, I gotta check it out. I haven't seen it. That's why I don't know. So you could turn off skills in E7. Oh, that's right. You can turn off skills. But okay, but that still actually is kind of, but then again, no. Cause like, no, right? Like, I guess it could work, but then like if that skill is not active, then you only use your skill one. So there's that. I guess the other thing is too, you can't actually pick who you're targeting with it either. So the skill itself needs to be just scripted better so that it works better on auto. Yeah, it is a double-edged sword. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, they just need to describe it better so it targets better. It's kind of like you look at like Tsukiyomi's ability. It literally says, hey, targets the person with the highest attack on the team. Like it's like that's gonna be the thing that's kind of necessary there. Yeah, silver and blood is the 26. Yeah, same day as P5. Yeah, it's kind of it's gonna be lit. The 26 is gonna be lit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm playing P5. I'm playing silver and blood. I'm playing both of those games. So it is what it is. We might actually turn that into a 24-hour stream or something. That might be kind of lit. You said gotta dual screen it. That realistically, it might be doable depending on emulator support. But like, to be real with you, it's kind of a pain because like in Persona you gotta like run around for real. Like you gotta like actually move around. It's like trying to play WoW basically. I mean, not WoW, Hakai Starro. Are you streaming the Union War Zox or vid? I might do a vid. I might stream it though. I'm not 100% sure. It all depends. I might stream it though, because to be honest, that'd be kind of fun. But then again, it just all depends on like how competitive you want to be. Because in reality, I mean, it's like it is still a competitive game mode, but like unions are gonna have to decide too, like how competitive they want to be in it. Like, so some might be more leaning towards competitive, you know, like you said you're gonna bully them. And no, to be honest though, like that's the thing. Like it's gonna be fun, but it is gonna be a steamroll. I don't think we're losing that at all. Like I'm like 100% sure we're not losing that unless like somehow the guild magically ends up being level 20 in 2 days. So you said, have you been playing YDCB? I just got on there the other day. I've been grinding slowly but surely, just getting on and like kind of sort of enjoying it whenever I can. But I'm not like making videos or anything like that. My account's like level 60, I think, right now. It's like giving up. You say giving you up against a level 7 guild. I don't know what's there to stream. Yeah, that is really not a stream. I just like beat the brakes off of a level 7 guild for the next hour. Like, yeah, that is true. That is true. All right, so we got 2 revelations. Okay, they're giving me the battle wheel. We'll take that. Okay, we 10 out of 10. We'll take that. All right, and then that's my last bit of stamina. And then we're almost level 53. You said sounds nice. Bro, yeah, it's going to be abusive. All right, so we're at level 36. Let's see here. Got to try to push. Let's see what we can do. Oh, you know what? I do need to do Kururu. I need to see what I need for this fight. You said it should have waited on this YDCB, in my opinion, and do it next month. I guess what they were trying to do was get people going so they have more content to do, because really a lot of content push is really based off of Wells, right? Wells are already doing what's it called, Inferno now, so it's really content more than anything for Wells to have to do. Everybody else to be able to fill her into it at some point. Let's see. So boom. Hopefully Klaus is faster. No, 36, not 136. Bro, if I had 136 stabilizers right now, that'd actually be busted. I probably should manual this. Yeah, I probably should manual this. You said you're stealing my account. Yeah, we gotta kill this faster. Bro, you yo, you said not bro spamming LDs. Bro, I didn't realize it, but it really low-key is. Hey, all I need is like one more turn. I think we, oh no, we already skilled twice. I'm dead. Oh, this isn't gonna work. I'm not gonna have enough damage. Hold on. I'm not gonna have enough damage because I need to, yeah, I need to bring back up my, my Leon because I'm gonna use her for that fight. Yeah, so I need to bring her back up. Let me see. Because I got her lattice. So you said he didn't even have to well, I technically did at this point, but like in reality to get my account where it's at, yeah, no, I didn't have to, no. I've technically for Holden and Hoyan. That's it. I didn't well for anything else. So everything else kind of just happened. So that's the funny part. You said, did you already auto hell 4 on Doki? No, I didn't push up higher yet. I'm autoing hell 3, but I didn't push up higher because I shifted gears to put more stamina into my my shells. And then come to 2 times weekend, I'll be shifting back because I actually need to build up Revelation. I'm gonna equip that to my not my class, my Ramoka, and that'll be basically my DPS for my Ramoka one-shot setup. So I'm just trying to make sure I have all my shells that I need done. I need to do another gigabyte. I think like right now I'm at. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we got stuff, right? But yeah, I'm working on the Revelation right now, so I have that equipped. Fury Momentum. I really need a Fury Keen Eye. That would be like a better version of that would be cool, but we'll see if we get it. We're gonna be working on this at some point for the Jackal Guard. So like I got to do a Codex of Magic for sure. We're doing the Revelation now. I'm gonna finish that gigabyte for the 2 levels here. Max Awaken it. And then I need to do probably a Fortissimo at some point, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. You said Revelation won't work. Said Revelation want to be nerfed a bit. Yeah, it'll be nerfed a little bit, but the main nerf is, I would think it would be for the supports that are abusing it right now. Because the supports that are abusing it, like Freya one-shotting people, like, right? Like that's that's the abuse, right? Yeah, that's the abuse. It's Freya being able to do it. DPS should be able to use something like this. Oh, it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's count I'm putting on her. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is count. I haven't started my count yet. I'm building this revelation for Messiah. I lied. Yeah, that's straight up for Messiah. But yeah, count is definitely best in slot for her right now. Yeah. You said so it's allowing bypassing of boss abilities like Shiida and Rosa are bypassing the DR and Doki and just blasting. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like legitimately what Doki or what where Mocha's doing is a part of her kit. So like you're literally still setting up everything. You know, you still gotta have the slumbers, still defense break, still damage amp. Like Rosa still can do it. I don't think it's gonna be as crazy for the other units though. I feel like it's still gonna work on her though. But for everybody else, I don't think it's gonna be as crazy. They're gonna tune it some, or it might be some gimmick to it that they add. So they might add some like stipulation that makes it to where they can't abuse it as much. Might be a cooldown or something thrown in between or something. Cause yeah, that's really the biggest thing is yeah, they kind of can just abuse that. And she just kind of gets to use that over and over and over. So yeah, they're gonna do something similar to what they did to probably Codex of Magic and stuff like that. It's a regulation for Messiah. So I was thinking of putting on Rosa. Said so Messiah does that everywhere anyway. Yeah, I mean it could work. Stacking more is not a bad thing on a character, by the way. You said they need to do. You said they need it to do a different percentage in PvP, and that would be fine. So they can nerf it for PvE. Said they can't nerf it for PvE because it's needed there. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's very very true. I think that's what I was. Somebody had asked before. They were like, you know, should they do like PvE and PvP stuff like for like the builds or scaling, and it's like it's a good idea, but it also is like a double-edged sword because somebody else brought up a valid point of like, you know, that just means there's more information overload for players. So that's also more development, like because now they need to calculate and do values differently for PvE versus PvP. Some of it might be necessary though, right? Like that's just kind of that, but yeah, that's kind of one of those things that I feel like kind of comes with the territory when you're like, hey, I'm gonna take on doing a PvP game. You might have to do like balances like that. I mean, a lot of games I've seen do stuff like that. Like even like when I played Dislight, when they adjusted one of the characters, Anna, and they gave her a gimmick that basically made it to where she couldn't use a certain ability against herself, so the fights wouldn't last infinitely. It was something the devs had to do specifically for PvP. It really wasn't for PvE. You said day 2 asking should I restart close and can I just invest into Dark Senia? No, I don't see the point in that. I mean, really you could, but it's just not going to change the fact that you still need other stuff to be able to use that Dark Senia. So like for example, people got Shadow Senia, but they don't have anything else to help enable her. So it's like, okay, well, you got it, but now you need a team to actually put her on so that she doesn't get killed. So you still got to have the pieces to make that work. And like I said, it's not manual. Is that worth doing at this point? I mean, it could be if you don't care about starting all the way from the beginning, but I don't think so. Like, especially at this point, if you've been playing, I would say just like kind of let your account, yeah, like let your account kind of like flesh out. You said on day 2, heck no, so you won't need Shadow Senia until about 2 weeks in. It does, like she's also not like a crazy character that you can just invest in without having to do your missions first. And like even the lattice that you would want to put into her, you can't invest that right away, especially if you're playing free to play, because it has to go into Leon first, right? So that's kind of the catch-22 there, right? Catch-22 there. All right, hold on. So I'm gonna let this last auto finish and then I'll swap my stuff around. Okay, that's a weird combo. Time Weave with Bramble. Yeah, Time Weave Bramble, interesting. Bro, I got like 12 ladders and I don't know who to invest in. Depends on what you have. It said Dogi's minions killing Remo and Auto is so annoying. Yeah, I feel like if you're not able to kill that second wave in a one tap, you need to target the middle guy, because he's straight up gonna murder you. Like, it just is what it is. Yeah, he's gonna blast you. So you need to figure out what content you want to focus on. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely true. Said, no, I've been playing for 2 weeks. I've just been 2 days of me asking you if I should reset. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, nah. I mean, I don't think so, man. Cause that's a lot of EXP grinding. I mean, you could technically try to catch up, but you're also going to start on another server too. That's the other thing. You won't be on the same server with people. Lisa, how much have you spent so far? I think around probably 200-300, maybe somewhere around there. Yeah, I got to be somewhere around there. I wasn't counting the other day, unfortunately, but I think it's somewhere around there. So I have everything minus Ramoka and Rosa. He said, not him pocket watching. Hey, listen, if somebody asks, I don't care, because it's my money and I need it now, you know? He said, you don't need to count. It just shows in the spinning event. Does it? Does it? Or is that event still up? I don't know. Where does it show that? I don't see that. I thought that event was over. All the way down? This? Oh, 342? Oh, yeah. So, it's like 3 something. Yeah, 342. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's a 1-to-1. Yeah, so 342. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of people think it's like thousands, but no. You said forced to spend a whole day's stamina to farm hell. Yeah, I mean, to be honest. And then, wait, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Damn, that one day I spent a lot. Wait, yo, that one day was kind of crazy. Now I'm thinking about it. Wait, because that day I gave away three copies to people for them to pick between Hoden or Helyan, and that was $100 per person, basically. Yeah. So that was that. And then I welled on my other game. I spent on one of my other games I play, but I only dropped like 100 on that. So yeah, like, man. Dude, hey, listen. All I know is Ms. Zox. Yeah, she definitely would have fought me that day. She'd be like, wait, what? But I'd be like, hey, listen, it's okay. I budgeted. You said, where's mine? Yo, get out of here. You said that tax write-off gonna pop off. Dude, you was asking for $500 yesterday. I was like, this guy. He's like, but yeah, the tax write-off, yeah, absolutely. Because the thing is I only ever make those types of purchases with my business card, so there's that. So yeah, LLCs, man. They put in work, you know. You get you a good old fashioned business account. Yeah, write it off. That's why I don't think I really care so much, because it's like I could just write it all off. He said, so you definitely would have. Dead. He said, I got Shadow Lily, Shadow Sania, and Fingers, but got no purple or gold lasses left. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta kind of grind out and wait, you know. Like, it's the grind. Like, I think that's the thing, is like everybody has like so many projects, so they're just trying to like figure out, like, you just gotta kind of focus on one thing, right? I think even for spenders, they're kind of finding that they have to do that too. Like, they're not farming everything in like the most efficient manner. They're kind of doing one thing and then maybe shifting to the next. But he said facts. He said, Ms. Zox listening to all this, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you see me on stream chat and I have knots next time, it's because it's because I welled in the game, right? Surely. If I have like that man in the yellow hat type hat where it's just like mad long, you know what happened. Yeah, you know what happened. You said what's the next skill to max first on Fangus? I think it's his skill 1 or his passive. I can't remember. Where you at, brother? Yeah, skill 1 passive. Let me see. I think it's his passive. Yeah, I think it's his passive because his passive is his follow-up chance. So that allows him to be able to dot more with his skill 1. Because his skill 1 also getting that to 35% is actually kind of like important because 20% sucks. So it's either one could really work, really, to be honest. But the dot chance is kind of important. Passive is big for the follow-up chance, but yeah, because yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say yeah, it's really between the skill 1 and skill 2 with him. If you whichever one you do first. Yeah, I feel like all in all you're gonna dump into him if you're gonna use him because every skill kind of has a pretty good amount of value. This even being thrown to a 3-turn cooldown, so yeah, like that's pretty nasty, to be honest. It said, would you go S3, S2, S? For Messiah, yes, S3, S2, yes, and then S1 because this S2 has like extra damage, I think, in it too. So yeah, S3 is the most important, but that's really because of the ignore defense that you get. To be honest. You said Vegas needs 553 for what I've heard. Yeah, his S1 and his S2 are like the most important things on him. Like he literally needs them, but it's like trying to decide which one you do first. I mean, it kind of needs both. I mean, to be honest, the follow-up chance means you have more chances to try to proc your debuff, but doesn't necessarily mean it's guaranteed. You know, so hold on one second, chat. I'll be right back. Yeah, my fault, chat. The bank was calling me. They said, "Yo, we heard you talking about your spending habits on stream. We put a limit on your card." Now I'm playing. Let me see. It said, so just cleared Doki Doki Inferno for the first time. Congrats on that, JJ. Yeah, congrats on that. It's that game is teaching kids how to time manage, how to time manage attention. Like that's literally all it is. It's a 40%, 70% max proc chance. Yeah. Yeah, 40. Yeah, because that 20. Yeah, that's just not okay. Like it's not okay, which means it's never gonna land. Like it'll land, but not really. But yeah. All right, so let's see here. What do we need to do? We need to gear up some units for us to blast through some PvP. So really all I care about is trying to have... I think we're going to run Freya. Yeah, let's run Freya. We're going to run her on... We'll run Gigabyte. I kind of want to run Neo, too. 102, 113, 1... Yeah, I'm gonna run Freya. 104. Yeah, so I could basically do a rotate team with yeah, we're gonna run Dating in there. F it. We run into Ting, brother. Alright, so wait, hold on. Is Dating geared though? Alright, yeah, we run into Ting in the PvP, brother. I don't got time. Let's see. Take him out because he has no gear on right now. Oh yeah, we gotta take you out because you have no gear on right now. We're taking you out. We're gonna do that. And then we'll do this. Alright, have fun. Yo, you said morning from Australia? Dude, is it morning time for you guys? What time is it? You said momentum feels more late game since you need debuffs. Momentum is late game, but it also has like one of the higher scalings. It's pretty disgusting. Most characters like best in slot is that. All right, so this person might just be faster than me. Oh, okay. So they might just be faster than me. So we'll see how this goes. So they're fighting. Yo, what? Yo, that was mad random. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Listen, I didn't even mean to laugh like that. I just like, I kind of fell into that though, reading it. And it was like, that was actually really funny. Comedic timing was really good on that, Celts. I will say. Comedic timing was really good on that. Dude, nah, I was not expecting you to say that. Up right now, fighting kangaroos is crazy. Yo, I feel like is that like a stereotype? Like, are there really like just kangaroos all over the place in Australia, or is it like one area that they're in and people just hyperfixate on that area? Because it almost kind of sounds like the all black people like fried chicken thing. Like, there gotta be somewhere in Australia where kangaroos ain't a predominant thing there, right? Like, surely they're not just all over the place, right? You said, ain't nobody from Australia fighting kangaroos. So they're 100% muscle. You said if you're ever near the farm areas, there's kangaroos everywhere. Oh, okay. So I mean, that's kind of like here. You're not gonna see a cow randomly in the city, right? Like, you'll see them like near you'll see them like, you know, obviously near the farmland or in farmland. All right, let's go. You said kangaroos all in the hood. You said you don't like fried chicken? No, I like fried chicken. I fit the stereotype, unfortunately. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying, it's not all of us. There's a lot of people, black people that don't like fried chicken or watermelon or any of that. Yeah, I don't like none of it, man. Yeah, your team falls apart. You said Valerian. I use Artisan on her. Sometimes I use Black Flag. Sometimes I use Gigabyte. I say Artisan is like a good general go-to for her though. So fighting a kangaroo is how you get your what? Fighting a kangaroo is how you get your driver's license is crazy. Like what? Bro. You said it depends on how they were raised? I mean, no, not necessarily. Because, I mean, bro, like, I know some people that, like, they've eaten it all their life and they don't like it. Like for example, I hate, I don't like mayonnaise. I'm not really a fan. But that's because it was over, like, I had it way too much. I like, it was overfed. I was overfed it. I hate mayonnaise. So I would rather eat a dry sandwich than put mayonnaise on it. Like at that, like at this point. And sometimes it's just like that. Like I had a, what was it? I used to love like Caesar salads, for example. And one time I got sick from eating one and like made me like throw up a lot. And since then I've never been able to eat another Caesar salad. like ever again. Like it's not even a joke. Like I can't stomach the taste of it anymore. And I used to love them. Like I used to love Caesar salad, but now I can't eat it. I can't like Caesar any flavor. Like nope, get it out of here. like I completely killed it for me. So yeah, I mean, it's like I feel like that happens quite a bit. Let's see here. I don't know who I want to kill here. I'm gonna go. Oh god, we got to get rid of the damn Biotin. Yeah, we'll just let this auto. Yeah, get her out of here. Oh yeah, we're gonna rotate. Never mind. How dare you still get a turn? Oh my god. He said, I'm Cuban, so I was overfed that as a child. Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. There's some cultures where like certain things are just bad, like butter or mayonnaise, or like certain things are just like way too overused. Like honestly, so I don't like mayonnaise and Caesar salad much either. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's kind of like even the white sauce that they have at like the hibachi places and stuff like that. I don't want any mixture of like, if there's anything with mayonnaise in it, I don't want it. Like I also am not a fan of ranch. I'm not a fan of a lot of it. I'm not a fan of a lot of stuff. Like it's just me, I guess, at this point. Maybe I'm the issue. You said my uncle used to go to Red Lobster or go to lobster caging. Oh, why did I read Red Lobster? So I used to go to lobster caging. So I had a time where I hated eating it because I had it too often. Yeah, that's kind of like my mom growing up used to make. Have you guys ever heard of like farina or like cream of wheat? It is like, for lack of better words, it's just like grits. But my mom used to make that like every single day, and you basically like put like sugar in it and stuff like that. Man, you try to get me to eat that now, I'll straight throw up. I can't eat it. 2 times starts on the 21st, so we got a few days. End of the week on Saturday is when it starts, and it lasts I think until Monday. You said, Sai, as a Jamaican, I don't love the Lonzo, what are you talking about? Yo, dude is mad random. That second shot is kind of OP. Yeah, I could have been climbed out of platinum, bro. I just haven't bothered. Yo, bro, I been so locked into trying to get my PvE stuff right. I just like, bro, I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I just been like falling asleep at the end of the night. Like that's how concentrated I'll be after I like work and stream all day. I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna finish this. Probably. I literally just be checking out. I just like, nope. Yeah, it is lazy Zox. Well, it's not even just lazy Zox. It's like Zox doing other stuff too. Like, yeah, there you go. There you go, Cyan. I got you. Like, yo, why is this man still in? Like, why? Why are you here? Ooh, they're probably going to be fast. I would think so, right? With an open Mio. Let's see. Is that how high do we need to get Holden's defense other than as high as you can? I think mine right now for PvE at least, I have mine on like it's like 1 point. It's like additional 1.2 or 1.5. I don't think it was that crazy, to be honest, because he's not really there to do damage. He does more damage in PvP. PvE, it doesn't really matter. The main thing is you need him to be stripping, and he needs to be pushing back with his skill too. So you're kind of building into those. Okay, so okay, we're faster, so we'll see how this goes. As long as nobody built on like something mad random. I hate Biotins. Like, you have to get rid of her, or you just straight up get cooked. Alright. Oh, we eat the stun. Oof. Yeah, we just ain't gonna let you get a turn, so... Nah, this is really a ring around the rosy situation, though. Damn. I don't think Messiah legitimately got a turn yet. You said, to be honest, I'm running speed holding in PvP and it works. Yeah, he worked. That's why I was... So I showed that in my video. That you could still run speed holding. It's just that his role changes. He would be basically opening either attack downing, resistance downing, right? And then still having the pushback opportunity when he rotates back. Or if they rotate faster than you, then they'll be able to actually you'll be able to strip. So you can use them as a buff stripper in PvP too. So like it's kind of cool. Like a character can be built 2 different ways and still have uses for your team. So that's why I feel like his value is just so much higher than Hoyan's, because you can't really do that with her. You said Mio has no shell. My Mio? My Mio had no shell? I think she does. Yeah, she has Gigabyte on. Oh, you were saying their Mio? They probably took gear off. That's probably why. Oh, they probably were faster. They may have been. Yeah, they may have been. But yeah, that's the perks of taking off gear in this game. You get straight up cooked. Let's see here. What we got going on here? Probably fast Mio. Poor K. All right, let's see. You said yes. It says F how the game doesn't save your modules for defenses. Yeah, that straight cooks people. I will say that it definitely cooks people. All right, let's see who's faster here. God damn it! I'm gonna get steamrolled here. I did try it. I was like, maybe I'm faster. Yeah, nah. That's just, what do you do, right? You can't win that, right? When you get speed contested, GG. Yeah, and I bet you he's probably like a 1. What's she on right now? She's like 230 or something. Hold on, how fast is my Mio? No, she's 223. So yeah, anything faster than that, I lose. Yeah, that's kind of how that goes. How in the hell? All right. Yeah, give me that cut. Yeah. Get that mess up out of here. Yeah, you definitely aren't getting a turn. Yep. That's why Gigabyte is so OP for PvP. Let's see here. Yeah, we gotta go skill 2. Damn, it's like I gotta get rid of Messiah, but Gray's still here. Like, he's still a problem. And I'm probably gonna die because of, or actually, let's say, yeah, he's gone. Yeah, I'm still gonna probably lose this because of freaking Gray. Oh no! Oh, I healed off a nightmare. Never mind. Oh my god, bro. Yo, why were they telling people to skip her? Like that. Oh my, bro. Yo, we might have to run hands. Like, yo, like that's crazy. It's like, yo, what's good, Azur? How you doing, fam? Bro, telling people to skip her is crazy. I feel like they wanted people to not have a good account at that point, because it's like, that's just crazy. That is like so crazy, bro. There were people being told to skip Freya's banner, and they did. So now there's people that don't have Freya because they skipped her banner, and I'm just like, bro, universally, she's like one of the most broken characters in the game. Like, She like damn near does everything. Like, you said I have no Freya from your advice, and I've been struggling. You said I'm level 40, level 42. Dude, listen, Freya is huge. You said most credit to create set to skip, but once they saw her on every team, I had to go through straight 80 to get her. But damn, you said she's worth it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, because they were looking at it just from the standpoint of like pulling on permanent banner. But if you had to go on her banner, I still even went on her banner. Like it was worth. I was like, I don't care if I had to go full 80 or not. She's mad busted. We're gonna get rid of him. All right, and then we can auto that. Oh yeah, I got you, Denani. I'll check it. Oh, I can see it probably right now. Let's see. Ooh, fast and tanky. That's pretty good. That's actually really good. Because you can still get those values. Artisan. You know what I'm gonna say though? Don't fight me. I think he's better. I think he's low-key better on if you're using him in at least PvE, I think he's better in Strive. Low-key. Like low-key. PvP, Bramble all the way. But I think Strive, even in PvP, I think Strive might be kind of crazy on Hoden too. Like low-key. Like low-key. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You see where we're going with that, right? Cause like low key, he kind of already does it. Yeah, you know. But so instead of like building more into the counter chance, you build into now. Not only am I countering you, but because you touch me, I'm also getting turn meter movement too. So. Strive Gigabyte could work on him. I mean, it just all kind of depends. You said, so I'm hearing Strive and Bramble. I mean, if you want to be a spaz, sure. Bro, hey, listen. I mean, to be honest though, he counterattacks a lot, bro. Like he counterattacks a lot, even without having him on Bramble. So like him being able to get turn meter movement from being hit is like kind of clutch, especially this early. I think in game, like when people are like really able to build them, you can kind of do whatever you really want. But I feel like to make up for like the lack of speed, yeah, he goes crazy. But any of the builds can work. It just really depends on what you have at the moment. But he's talking about he started saying Strive and Bramble. Like he's like saying building both of those sets. One is counterattack. The other one is when you get hit, you basically get a 10% turn meter push. So yeah, that like adds up. And then if you're using like something like Gigabyte, then that's 35% more. So yeah, that adds up. Yeah, that definitely adds up. All right, so is that holding with for Tissimo is cinema strats? Oh brother, you're thinking different. you're playing a different game. What game you playing? Like, brother, what game are you playing? So you know, Bramble adds the counter chance. Or is it it's two separate? Because it's kind of the same thing with like Freya on Battle Wheel. Those are separate chances. those are completely two separate things. You said or Amber if you want your enemy to fume, bruh. Amber is so toxic. Like Amber is really a toxic pet. Like I honestly cannot wait till people can fully build their Tiamats so that they can like put them on Ambers. It's gonna be a interesting thing to see. You said, yo, what's good, Pop? How you doing, fam? You said dinner menu? What am I having a dinner? Dude, I ate a lot because I plan on going to a gym in a little bit. But I ate like I had 2 rolls of shrimp tempura, sushi. I had a bento box. That was a lot of food. So yeah, I was kind of going crazy. There you go. You said already done? He said, "You ate good." I tried. Now, honestly, like, it really is just. I'm just trying to make sure I stay consistent on my calories, man. And that's the thing. It's like we're like working out and like trying to. It's not even really trying to stay in shape, but it's just trying to actually build more muscle. I gotta eat more consistently. It's that sadly Revelation destroys Tia. We'll see what happens though after they adjust it a little bit, because I don't know if it's supposed to be that way. Like with the units that are at least using it the way they're using it. But that's kind of like you know who's a hard counter to Hoden, and it had me dying because I was like, yo, like it's kind of messed up. But Hoden's hardest counter in the game is Messiah, like just straight up. Like Messiah hard counters him just off rip, and I was like, damn, like that defense ignore just be cooking him. And then if he has revelations, it's like, yeah, nah. Like so you would have to use something like a bloodbath, like you have to. Like there's no way, because on against a character like that with that defense ignore is just mad messed up. Like it's no way. Straight up sending you to the gulag. He said people build their Hoden too slow. The problem is like trying to fine tune everything is so early. Cause like right now it's either he's either really slow or he's really fast. It's kind of like trying to find that sweet spot. It's just time and fine tuning for a lot of people. I think like even now, like people are still trying to get a handle on how they want to do builds. So it's just kind of getting to that point. Class might be Silence is kind of like, you know what actually makes Messiah kind of crazy though? He ignores passives too. And I was like, the way that it's worded, it's like, I hate how some of the kits are like, you don't see certain things descripted until you read it in the actual skill itself. And it's like, bruh, like you gotta literally like read stuff. Cause it's like, bruh, I'm like, yo, that ignore passives crap is crazy. Like that's actually a really crazy thing to have. You said, you said just about Silence. Hey, listen, you know, like people are gonna figure it out eventually, right? Like they just are. I think what it is like it's still more of a niche thing, but it does work really well. Surely. Oh, brother, I'm dead. Yeah. I was like, surely you don't push me back here, but hey, who has effect res? Nobody, right? All right, so let's see here. We got a, oh my god. Your whole team, so all you did was farm, bruh. This team better have like the most investment ever. Everybody's level 50? Like, dog. What have you been doing? There's no way. Okay, yeah, I'm like, there's no way. Cause I'm like, there's no way no way. I'm like, if you farmed EXP, I know that was like 4 days worth of EXP in all these units. Like, ain't no way. Cause even, I mean, they could have bought EXP, but even then there wouldn't have been enough. Nah, there wouldn't have been enough. He still would have had to have farm. Yeah, definitely still, cause even with the packs being bought, I don't think there's enough for that. Not for 4 level 50. That's crazy. All right, let's see. What are you killing this comp? Oh, I gotta get rid of. Christ, there's a lot of choices here, but I gotta get rid of Hell Kid. Oh, brother, Lily's the. Yeah, Hell Kid gotta go. Because I can't deal with him with any immunity. I can't strip it. Oh, Hoden might hit me really hard though. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, how get like that's what I mean. Like Hell Kid is just too problematic. Like I can't deal with him. Like I can't deal with a Hell Kid right now. Let me think here. We could rotate around, yeah, because we'll have speed advantage, yeah. We got this one basically. Yeah, Hell Kid gotta go. He said all level 50, but still got outsped. Shaking my head, bruh. My speed ain't even that good, dog. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. Like if I outspeed somebody, that means their speed is bad. Cause mine ain't even that crazy. So can we hit him, please? Thank you. Like, get him out of here. He said that was a mixed build Hoden because he should have been able to kill you. Yeah, he should have full sent me somewhere. Especially at level 50, I should have been sent to a gulag. He said Cloud's insane. He said she get AoE P with Revelations kind of OP. Yeah, they like the scaling in PvP is also like a whole nother like game too. I want to fight this just because, bro. I'm not gonna lie. If I get beat up by this team, I actually am okay with it. Because this is so different. Oh my god, let's see. Oh wait, you're going defense break though with no Freya, so it's kind of messed up. Oh, but they got counter with the Viper, so we'll see how that goes. Oh brother, she's silenced. Let's see. Let's do that. Wow! Did she like cut me out of a... Okay, yeah, nah, all right, that's cool. Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, you definitely gotta go. Oh, wait, okay, wait, hold on. Because Mizuki could probably low-key still beat my ass. That's the crazy part. Oh, this is not good. Yo, this team is kind of like... This team's kind of a problem, low-key. Because if I gotta get rid of Biotin first. Like, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. Oh, dispel. Oh, no. Oh, no accuracy? Okay. That's what that means. Now Viper can go. Oh, it's over. Yeah, surely. Get wrecked. All right, cool. This team had potential. It had potential. It did. You said, why does the Ting one shot? Because he hits so freaking hard. Yo, Artisan, where are you coming from? Yeah, you're gonna have to freeze him. Yeah, get that Artisan up out of here, fam. Oh, brother. And she has on Dark Moon here. Said just ranked up the Masters 3. Oh, congrats on that. Yeah, the Ting hits hard as hell. Like, yeah, if you get hit by him, goodbye. It's also just where we're at in the game too. Like when you think about like other characters fully invested max building, like it's easier for you to have your SRs built up max than it is for people to have on average more of their whatchamacallits, their like SSRs. So a lot of the teams that still work are gonna be like those SR teams too, because for a lot of free to play, you can skill them up better. Like that's another thing. Yeah, he is very easy to deal with. If you get rid of him, like, okay, think for example, like if my team gets rotated, he just straight up gets, like if they kill him, that's like no damage on the team. So Mizuki needs to have Chiaki to go with her for the damage reduction. Yeah, because that's like, that was like, it has some potential, but all right, let's see what this does. You said nah, the Ting is over done, right? You say he's overdone. I mean, don't get me wrong though, you could still use the Ting to climb, but just kind of keep it in mind, like yeah, you got to think about what he's gonna do on auto, and on auto, wherever he targets or whoever he targets with the mark is who he's gonna hit. So that's kind of like the thing too. Like, so he's not necessarily gonna be the most optimal on auto either. He said, why do you use the Ting over Messiah though? Because it's fun. It's fun to just do stuff with the Ting, you know? That's all it really is. I could just like AoE cleave and like be out of here in like 2 seconds, but yeah, why not use the Ting, right? He said, I target AI fight the Ting to vent my to vent my frustration. Yeah, like this team Messiah disappears, that's GG. How does the Heinrich have the lowest HP? That's interesting. And also, I like running Dating too, because Dating also, I don't think a lot of people realize why he's also good. It's not just because he does like certain levels of damage. Dating can also tell you who to like possibly target if you need to too. Because like sometimes you don't like, and I don't know if they're going to change that. They might not, because that's his unique perk or gimmick. But like sometimes you don't know what kind of build somebody might be on, and he can actually kind of identify what build somebody might be on. Like if you're able to tell me what HP value a character has, then that's basically that, right? Like I'm like, okay, now I kind of can know how to target somebody or who to target. It kind of almost makes me, it kind of reminds me of like kind of like the scouter from Dragon Ball Z, or like if you were like if you played Final Fantasy, there was the what was the damn name of that magic ability? It was called oh my god, it was what is that ability called? It's not, is it scan? Is it just scan? Is it Libra? I feel like it was a specific name. I don't think it was scan. He said on CCs or recent said Mocha gonna be serious pain if revelation. Wait, CCs are telling people to reset Mocha, so gonna be in serious pain if revelation gets changed. Oh, they're using, oh, okay. So they're using no, it was both of the names. Oh, so it was both. Okay, it was both. Okay. Because I was like, I thought it was one or the other, but okay. I was like, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, my best piece of advice, guys, is when it comes down to anything that seems like it might not be like it might be too good to be true, hold off, right? Like that's always my advice, because if you get caught in that, like, I will say it's let me see here, who are we going for? Get rid of the Heinrich. Yeah, I will say for like for most players, like, oh, he's gonna die. I don't know how this is gonna go with the, yeah, we're gonna have to lock down the Ling Lao. Okay, don't, wow, you just aren't, okay, AI is dumb. Could have literally got rid of my damage, but all right. Hey, oh, never mind. He was like, it's all right, I'm gonna get him my next turn. I bet. I don't know if I'm gonna win this one because of this immunity. She's just tanky. I needed my Dating to kill. That's all right though, cause she about to get stunned. Yep. Wow. Bro, if I get beat by this Marvel, I'm gonna cry. Because he's kind of low-key cooking my team right now. He's like he low-key does damage. Yeah, give me that Artisan. Stop playing. All right, there we go. Yeah, like he's kind of doing damage. You said, why would you? It's because they found a new strat that's working for them for Shiera, so they're resetting her. But I don't really honestly think that makes sense, because if they adjust it, then you just kind of did it for no reason. Yeah, see, look at that DPS DPS Marvel, right? Yeah, DPS Marvel, bro. I cooked like that whole team but the Marvel, which is funny. Bruh. You said, you know, so they're gonna be doing their own recruitment, Zay. They have a third party company called BrandBook. They basically do the recruitment for CC stuff. And I mean, if you have like any channel stuff, I can send it over. But yeah, they recruit on their own. So they're gonna probably post something in the Discord when they're ready to do it. I know as of right now, they're trying to figure out some stuff that they want to do for CCs. So that we're all kind of waiting to hear on what that is right now. There's technically not any like actual game support stuff going on right now, because they're actually laying out some like a new format for that, I guess. So we're just waiting for that. Yeah, I'll send it over. Okay, I feel like I've seen Sugar Scotty before. Okay, I'll send that over. Yeah. What's up, Nana? How you doing, fam? It's a new player. Just got Heinrich and Holden. Who should I focus? Who should I focus on leveling? To be honest, Holden is good across the board for a lot of the content in the game. So is Heinrich though. But I would say like just in terms of like power pushing, Holden's gonna be pretty easy to build. He's defense scaling. You don't got to go too crazy with anything else. Heinrich is like typically built fast, affect accuracy, but you can build him with damage earlier if you want to. But Holden is literally just defense. Like you literally can put defense gear on him, speed gear, defense gear, and that you could start out with that. So like Swift Rush, unbreakable. You said talking about Shield still in the boss buff on the second wave, or is there something new? No, it's something new now. I guess Icebound. I guess what they're saying that they're doing is they're taking Revelation. I guess the amp that she's getting from Revelation on her multi-hit is allowing her to do a ton of damage or something like that. So I guess they're maybe using that to one-shot. I haven't seen it personally, but I think that's what I'm assuming that's what it is. Again, I don't know whether or not that's intended, because I honestly think Revelation right now is kind of in a weird spot, because it got Freya's one-shotting people. So I don't know. I have no idea if that's like intended, or I have no idea. So I'm just kind of looking at it from the perspective of like, well, if I know better, I'm gonna do better type of thing. Like hey, I could do it. I feel like the only people that really are gonna be able to do it with no real penalty, and not like in terms of them getting punished, but like if they have to change anything, is gonna be Wells. Like I like free to play, they're gonna be stuck, and then they're gonna be demanding a reset again. So I don't know. You said I feel it's intended because all it did was make her cleave. That can't kill. Said Freya wasn't a DPS. Shut up. Bro. Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I don't know. So that's why I'm not pushing anybody to go and do it, because I don't know, right? Like it's one of those things. Like if I knew for sure, then there's that, but I don't know, right? Because this is the same group of people that thought they were supposed to be able to steal that insane buff from the boss and also one-shot the boss. So I like, again, I'm just not gonna push it because I don't know. You said if Marvel can be DPS, so can Freya. Yeah, I mean, you can do some damage, but I'm not too sure about one-shotting. Like, that's a little bit different. That's a different game you're playing, you know? You said Revelation uses the amount of hits that Animus has. Yeah, it's made for multi-hitters. That I'm aware of. But again, I just don't know what they're going to do to adjust it. And if I go crazy trying to build it and then they adjust it and it's like type whack, I'm gonna be mad. So I'm just not even gonna stress myself and just clear it the good old fashioned way. But because the thing is that they're having people use their reset for it. But I would honestly say the best thing you could do is literally, in my opinion, I would just continue to build up. And if I built up my Shieda, then I would also use her at that point, because Shieda is also not a bad unit to have built at some point. But he said it's not too crazy to go against if your characters are well built, to be honest. Yeah. He said I'm staying away from stuff like that because it's going to lead to another mad community situation. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not touching it, because to be honest, everybody, like, I mean, hey, I don't know, man. I'll let them decide. I'll let the devs decide. I'm not gonna take the chance and say, hey, I think it's fine, just because I think it's fine. I'm gonna let the devs tell us at that point. That's how I look at a lot of stuff. So the only thing I was going off of, even with the other adjustments, but see, that's also like the thing that's like so weird, is like there's some things people are like, oh no, it's fine because it's working, but if the devs say we don't want them doing that, then they're going to be upset about it because they already went the lengths of investing in it. So I mean, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. He said the funny thing is that if they fix it sooner, less people would fall victim to a change later on. Said, but since they can't do that because people got mad, they'll have to wait those 100 days. Well, that's the other thing too. If it ends up being something that breaks the game, they can change it. Like that's what they also were saying. Like if it's something that they really need to change, they're gonna change it. I think that's just standard in any game. Again, I don't know like what else that means in other facets of the game. But from what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like it's crazy, like to that degree, like where it was like stealing the buff. But I just don't take chances like that. Like for example, when what was it? Well, okay, yeah, first thing, like right when people said, "Oh, Shiada can steal the buff and do it," I didn't go and build that crap because she could do that. I didn't. Nope. Because even people thought they were supposed to be able to do that, and I was like, "Hey, listen, I never known her to be able to do that, so I ain't touching it." So that's why when people figure out stuff, I think like within reason, some things make sense, but then other things, I'm like, I don't know. And that character was just in a weird like situation, so that's why that's why I wouldn't even do it. Nah, I'm not gonna lose this. I'm actually paying attention to it. Yeah, I was paying attention to it. This I was using Shiada without that knowledge anyway, and she did still cook in Doki anyway. Yeah, that's the thing that I was saying before, but you see how like this is kind of like an emotional roller coaster because just literally like 2 days ago, everybody, yo, reset Shiada. They were, what is going on, yo? I swear to God, that was like the #1 push unit. Reset Shiada. She can't, it's over. EOS, because you can't use Shiada. I'm like, bruh. I'm like, she still clears the content. Like, and now, today, everybody's like, yo, you see that Shiada strat? She one-shotting. I'm like, yo, this is gonna cook people's accounts, dog. Because it's so much rubber banding, bruh. That's like, bro, it's so much rubber banding, bro. So that's why I said for me personally, I'd rather be that guy that's like super safe than the guy that say, hey, let's take that chance, and I tell people go and do something, and then it ends up affecting their accounts really bad. That's my only thing is I don't want to be that one that contributes to that. I'm not saying it doesn't work, or it could be just fine, but I'm just saying just because she had that whole situation just happen with her, that's why I ain't even like touching it. I'm like, nope. I'm not even going like because it'd be like, well, Zox, you told us. I'm like, oh nope, it wasn't me. I didn't tell you to do anything. I didn't tell you to do anything. You said that's why I said everyone has to start fact checking every creator, that includes myself. Yeah, I mean that's my thing too. I honestly take that as not even as really a challenge. I just think it's like it's a part of the territory. As much as you give information, you have to also be okay with like if you say something and somebody like has the right information, it's okay if you're wrong about something. Sometimes it's lapse in information, or you might think something else is a certain thing or whatever. Like it happens. Like somebody might figure something out and it's more efficient. Like I think that's the thing, man. It's like it's just having humility. It's not a hard. Well, I'm saying it's not a hard thing to have, but. there is that. You said up next she just broken, she had a new tech. Yeah, that's literally what's gonna happen. You said they're gonna clip it. You said Shiada is better than Ramoka. Probably at the moment with that strat, I would assume. But I think for me, like I said, it's just the fact that I ain't pushing nothing unless the devs address it, and she's already like the specifically Revelation is in a weird spot right now, I think, just in general. So we'll see what changes, because if they decide to change something and then it does also affect PvE too, then people are going to be mad. So like, and not even really so much mad that they made the adjustment, but they went and invested in stuff. So I'm not changing any of my stuff to do that. You said Revelation sets are fully one-shotting my defensive team. It's not only just Messiahs. Has to at least be adjusted in PvP. And that's what I think is like, Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing because I have no idea what their solution, what they feel like the solution will be. Because we could have in our heads what we think the solution should be, and then the devs completely do something else. Like that's why I said it's kind of too much to even call it that. You said Revelation is not even a bug exploit. It works as it's stated by the devs. So wait, are you saying the devs themselves said that Revelations is working perfectly fine right now? Because I need to see that. What dev said that? Because like I said, I ain't pushing nothing unless the devs say, hey, that's cool. Honestly, like that's my point. I need to see the Carfax. What dev said it? Please tell me. And that's, I'm not even like being funny. Like I'm like being so serious because I like that's my thing is that, yeah, like, hey, listen. You said, no, he meant the games put it into the game like that, but that's the same argument we could make for some of the stuff that just got adjusted that people were mad about. They put it in the game like that. Why didn't they fix it in beta? It could be a thing. I don't know. I don't know. You said, did they say it had a problem in the first place? You said unintended interaction 100%. Bro, this is what I'm saying. Like, people are okay with certain things when they want it to be okay, but then not okay with other things when they don't want it to be okay. So that's why I'm saying I'm just being neutral. I'm just like, hey, we have some stuff already happened. I'm not pushing it until they, like, if people are saying like, hey, I feel like this is like super overtuned, I think that needs to be addressed at some point so that then we can identify, okay, for PvE, that's fine, but for PvP, they might have to make some adjustment. You said if it was a problem, they would have made it on an emergency update a few days ago. I don't know about that because people are just now recently doing it. Said, no, it needs to be announced as it's okay, not some random people. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I think it's that, to be honest. It said the Discord said Revelation and Gigabyte is working as intended. Who though? Who's Discord? Because not everybody in there is official. Like, who's Discord? Was it like Chris or like I know them, so like so give me a name, please. Like I need a name. You said everyone now saying to reset Remoka for Shieta, which is crazy. But that's why I said I want an answer. Like, so I'm really not trying to be a hard ass about this. But if we're gonna push the idea that people need to use their reset, we gotta remember we might not be getting another reset, right? So I'm just like, hey, we got to make sure that people are trying to make the best decision possible. So it's just looking out for people. That's all it really is about. Because honestly, that's really all I care about is people just being able to enjoy the game. Because if people reset that damn character and something completely changes, oh, mofos are leaving. and nobody could be like, nobody didn't try to stop people because I'm like, hey, listen, we need to check first. Like, just to make sure, you know? You said the collection of more as a safe skill issue and advocate also for detained nurse that seems to be listening. They said that they seem to be listening to. Who told them to nerf the Ting? He's literally, you know what's funny is the Ting has always, and that's what I like. That's what like a lot of the information at least I share is based off of. I go off of like consistencies, like what has changed over the course of the game and what has always been the same. The Ting has always been the Ting. Like he's never not been a different unit. Units that have gotten adjusted, like the Sanias and stuff like that. But even with the Ting, it's always been like, well, you kind of need a good build on him. Like you're not just like going in there and doing certain things with him, but he still like has his one gimmick, and he also can still get countered. Like yes, he can hit things very hard, but he also can't take hits. So he still needs a solid team. And the part that people keep like leaving out with like the whole Dating thing is that people that are using Dating in the way that they're using him also have lilies with him and they're rotating him to death. So that's the thing. Like, it's not like it's just Dating by himself. He's a god. He literally just one shots whenever he takes a hit on any boss. And he also, if he takes a hit, he doesn't lose any HP. That's not the case. He's still in a setup. Like it's always duo. That's like kind of the setup of this game. And so like, that's the thing. You said, yeah, Obero's damage can get up there too. The problem is that a lot of people just haven't built her. And the thing is like, it's also because of like where account investment is. You said every spotter or every sniper needs a spotter. Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. Like, that's why I even said, like, okay, people are saying go build Shadow Sania, but they're not telling people that they're running Shadow Sania with their lilies. So then people go and try to replicate it. Then they're like, I can't do it. My account sucks. And it's like, I just wasted all my currency into her S1, but it's that missing part that people aren't like finding out until after they do something. Oh, you don't have Lily, you don't have this, you don't have the Fungus, you don't have, like, and it's like, oh, like, that's what I needed to, like, get that to work this early. Like, yeah, you need some of those things. So it's the setup part, and that's why for me I asked the question, right? Because, like, hey, who said what, who said it was cool, right? Because at the end of the day, like, that's how you lead people into, like, points of feeling like, not necessarily that their accounts brick, but they'll feel like their accounts are brick. That's how you kind of lead them into that or into that place. You said, who's the best to run with the team at the moment? I'll say it's really between Lily and, like, I say, like, Lily and Heinrich right now. Lily and Heinrich, because he could take advantage of, like, the crit rate, crit damage buff. I mean, also Biotin, technically, if she is on manual, you can run her really well with Dating, but auto, that's a anomaly. Lily works the best on auto, and Heinrich is also really good just because of his last word debuff. So in scenarios where you're able to take advantage of that extra crit damage from him too, chance of critting, extra crit damage, and then you have the conversion that he does, like, it is actually, like, pretty nasty, to be honest, in terms of damage. That's why, like, you'll see some combos where, like, it'll be like the Heinrich stripping, but he's also doing his debuff, and then you have the Lily guiding the Dating around. And that's the thing, he's not just skill 3ing, it's his S1 that's doing a ton of damage. So you have the skill 3 that procs, right, when he uses it, but it's a skill 1 from the assist. That's what's actually allowing people to clean up those fights. So that's what I mean is, like if you don't know the layout of how the team works, then it's like, you know, so that's the thing. So I always implore everyone, if you do anything, right, if you see a comp that you like, that you want to build, go into the community, my Discord, the official Discord, and ask, how does this unit function in a team or in that team? If not, if you don't even like people, you don't want to talk to nobody, just make sure you go and you hit that challenge button and go to recent clears, right? Go to clear time and go to recent clears and watch this team. Like, just watch it. Watch what it does. Because I feel like some people are doing this. They see the team. Oh, let me look at his gear. Okay. And then they go to try to replicate it. And then they're like, wait, why didn't that work? Go and watch the recent clear. Like, watch how the team worked before you go and do it. Because that'll give you, that'll really tell you whether or not you'll be able to do it or not. And in conjunction to whatever layout or skills they have. Because I heard a lot of people telling me that, like, dude, I built this exactly mirroring this team. And then they're like, but I can't do it. The other thing is too, some of those teams are manual. So don't get caught in the hype, man. We were talking about that earlier in the stream. Some of those teams are straight up manual, and you can't tell in a playback because the playback is just the outcome of the fight. So that's just kind of that, right? He said, it's like, oh my God, somebody robbed this guy because he has 50 mental stabilizer pots. I'm dead. He said, if you don't like people, you can pay others to play your account. Hey, listen, hey, if that's what you do, that's what you do. You said you learn more from recent clears with teams that don't have Lily. Yeah, and that's also very true too. Because the other thing is too, is like the Lily setups are just more, they're making it easier for the lack of gear, for lack of better words. Because really, for what it's worth, even these recent clears, yeah, they're gonna all relatively be the same. Like, it's literally all the same team. Yeah, for Inferno, this is the team that most people are clearing it with. But you'll notice that there's consistencies in the run. Yeah, there's consistencies in all the runs. You said, I would have been at 60 MS if I didn't use 10 of them to farm one shell for Matrix. Oh, really? Oh, dude, like, so you was rage, you was rage stamina refilling. You said people in the Discord said this. Don't fall for it unless Dev said it. Yeah, I'm just saying, just for the consistency purposes, man. Like, don't get your account cooked just because like everybody's hyping something up. Like, I've really been trying my best not to hype up stuff. Like, bro, I'm telling you guys, like, I have learned a lot as a content creator. And so like, even my video like that I just recently did on Hoden, I was really just trying to hone in on the fact that like with low gear investment, this character can do X thing, right? And it's like that. Like, I feel like if you like you pull that character, because it's like I could have did the video for Hoyan, but I also feel like that video would have been straight pay to win. Like, because if we're being honest, if I was to build Hoyan right now, I would need to, if I really wanted to showcase her properly, she would need to be like 5 out of 5 on everything. Because like she's okay without skill investments, but her skill investments just make her an astronomical unit in comparison. If you really want her to be doing all that like nuke crap and executing or extincting people and all that stuff, I was like, yeah, nah. So out of the two, it's just like Hoden just hold more value. You said, what's Lily? You said, G-Bro, I'm like, I'm gonna spend 1K stab and not get it. Bro, that's the game, like through and through. Spend 1K stamina, get absolutely nothing. That's literally the game. Dude, there we go. Day 13, okay, so we literally are on track. We did what we needed to do. So now, day 14 will launch tomorrow, and we're gonna be cooking, man. We're gonna be able to get our good old fashioned SSR. I'll wait to open my SSR ticket. I'll open it on stream. All right, let's see. There you go. Look at that. We got our skin. We finally got our skin for Valerian because I actually bothered trying. You know, imagine. Let's see. Go here. We're gonna put that skin on. Yeah, give us that Valerian variation. You know. That was a tongue twister. Oh my god. Yeah, that Valerian variation, you know? Yeah, that's a, you know, I like that. I like that. You said it's gonna be a hey man, listen. Hey, send all the bad energy. When you guys do that, it's only a good outcome that's gonna come from that, you know? Like, I take it for what it's worth, you know? Because right now the only characters I'm missing, which I mean I can't get light dark. You said your wife just got Shadow Sania. How do you? Oh no, I wish I had a mic. I wish I had a mic I could like dust off. How do you feel? How do you feel, fam? How's how are your feelings right now? Dude, I'm missing right now. Sania, but we don't care about darks. We're missing Lilith, Silence, Rosa, Born, Tsukiyomi, Veronica, and Chloros. This is still a pretty good pool. Oh, and Mia. Dude, if I get Mia, I'm not gonna lie, the character I would like to actually get would be Mia. I would like to actually get Mia. Mia is actually really good. I would really like to get Mia. Like, kid you not. I would actually really like to get Mia, to be honest. Like, yeah, I really would like to get Mia. Yep. I think Mia might be it. Cause Chloros, if I do get Chloros, I have to skill him up. Like, that's the thing. Chloros would be nice. He would be, but I would have to skill him up. But Mia is just like, she's gonna be nice. Cause her kit is just so good. It is really good, to be honest. It's a lot better because I like, after especially being able to like play it on my free-to-play account, I'm like, dude, she's kind of nasty. Like, she's really good for a healer. You said, can we get LDs with this ticket? No, I don't think so. Well, you said, can you try to clarify the effect accuracy mechanic for me? Like, take something like Heinrich, whose S1 has 35% chance to inflict block. Does the effect accuracy play into landing? It says investing into that skill, raise it to 45%, doing the same thing as stacking effect accuracy mods onto it. So that's your base, right? The effect accuracy basically gives you a chance to potentially multiply it. So like, if you have 35% chance effect accuracy, you can basically multiply it to do, what's the math on that? Is that 60, or I'm lying, 70% chance? So at 45, when you raise that value, is just increasing you or increasing your chance up to the point of like the cap, which is 90%. Because there's a built-in 10% innate res on everything that you have to kind of always factor in. So everything basically, like in terms of chance of landing, is like 90%, like on everything. But some skills don't get that high. So like take like for example, if a skill's at 20% chance to land, and you have effect accuracy built in, you only are really going to be able to get it up to like 40%, right? Versus like a skill that's at 50%, you can get that up to 90%, right? And the only reason why it's technically 100, but it won't be at 100 because there's a 10% chance it won't land, right? Like so, it's that that's like kind of that RNG element that exists in the game. But yeah, so it's basically like a multiplier, really. Is what it gives you. It gives you a chance to increase that chance. Off the base. Yeah. So, you said, no worries, fam. You said Ling Lao SSR ticket on week 2. You said, I thought you were saying you were gonna get a Ling Lao on the SSR ticket. I'm dead. You said you can. I said I literally got a Shao Sania with it. Asia story. Wait, did you? Wait, are you sure you can get a LD with it? You can get an LD with it? I didn't think that was going to be open to LDs, but I guess that could make sense if it's just like a standard banner ticket. You said you got Shao Sania with it today. You said, yeah, I've seen LDs from the SSR ticket. Oh, okay, so you can get them. Okay. You said the SSR ticket for Asia came out, got Rosa Duke, so not sure. Okay. No, there's a few people saying they got some LDs from it. It's going to be this ticket coming from tomorrow for us, or reset for us, which is, where's it at? Day 7 commission, go to event. So it's on day 14. So yeah, day 14, we'll be able to get that ticket. And this ticket right here, the Quantum Prototype. That's kind of busted. He said, my only problem I have with Mia is I would have liked a heal on the S1 more. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so you can get that, and you can kind of have that consistency in between. Yeah, that's fair. He said you do get a perfect lattice as well, so pretty good as well. Oh, that's good. I mean, that's not bad. That's really not bad. Yo, what's good, Tenrax? How you doing, bro? You say you just started, got Heinrich though? Bro, nothing wrong with that. You can start with that, man. You just gotta like play on your account and see how it fleshes out, because like really honestly, you never know what you'll get like to be able to use with that, and that's just kind of the start. Especially if you just got started, that's honestly like perfect to start out with. You're going to be building Leon anyway, so you at least start out with an LD. I would say at this point it can now be officially said that every LD basically has some usability in the game, because before it was like, you know, Shadow Sania was just, you know, doo-doo water. But now it's like everybody wants a Shadow Sania because she's like one of the only units that's clearing Terramatan right now. But, you know. You said, I wish 2 times could come any sooner. I need to build a Sheeta and Shadow Sania for Inferno. It's from looking at your box, what do you think you're moving towards to clear Inferno Terra? To be real, honestly, I really honestly think that, like, for me, I'm fine with running my teams slower if I have to. The real thing I'm missing more than anything is like innate speed. Like, I at least like to have at least one character that can match the difficulty of the dungeon speed. And that's just for simple rotation purposes. Like, I just like to have, like, I think like for Inferno, you need somebody at about like 270 for them to be able to out rotate. So I think it's really that. Like, it's like now I just need to hit my like certain baselines, because I feel like if you hit those baselines, you're kind of able to make whatever team work better. The problem is like a lot of the team comps now are working against the fact that they don't have those baselines hit. So like they're like, it's like, yeah, the team's bulkier, but they're also not necessarily at that 270, right? So the opening of the fight, they're just taking mad damage. They have to like haul through it, and that's why Valerian's so popular at this point. But once people actually get the speeds, people are going to be able to actually like take out certain things because they'll be able to do things before. I think, what is it? Teramaton's second turn is when he gives himself that defense up buff, or he gets the defense up buff from the right arm. So like once people are able to do things in that manner, yeah, that's going to be a complete shift. But like working my way up, I think right now, I think it's about like still fine tuning. I don't think my goals really changed. So I'm still fine tuning a lot of stuff, making sure I'm rolling better speeds on things that I want to roll faster, starting to kind of like build into, you know, even like some of my gear, like if it rolls like certain attack values that I might need on certain pieces, then I'll give that to certain characters. Like say like I'm rolling speed and a piece rolls like a ton of crit. That's going to be something I could give to like on a sub, at least. That's something I could actually give to like my my Holden, for example. So I really feel like I'll be able to know how my Inferno will look after the 2x event. Because the 2x event, am I expecting to be able to farm Inferno by then? No. I'm expecting that whatever I farm from the 2x event will allow me to go in and start farming Inferno. So it's like, again, like I mentioned before, even the guys that are up there, they're kind of autoing or manualing everything. So I'm like, I can at least do Hell 4 and Hell 3 for the most part on the dungeons that I'm trying to do. So as long as I'm in that respective ballpark range, I feel like I'm going to get good pieces. The other thing I'm also considering too is that that's also going to be more Etheria coin for me, right? Because if I like in a lot of games, if you're able to farm the higher variation or higher quality of a gear piece, and then it's mixed in, this is why like like I was talking about this before, right? So when we used to play, when I used to play Dislight, it was something that I didn't realize until we all started kind of paying attention to like income, like over like the course of like us spending X amount of stamina and like what the return was. Your return in Etheria coin on like say Inferno is way less than if you were doing, for example, like if we go to modules. So like say for example, you're farming something like Teramaton and you're doing like say you're doing Inferno, right? Your return is going to be a lot less because you're not getting nearly as many of the lower pieces, right? And that's at that point at which where like when you're starting to try to find this means that you're trying to shift into mythical pieces, period, right? You don't really care about outstanding. You don't care about any of that. If you're in Inferno and you're trying to farm that stuff, all you're caring about is mythical, right? So that means everything else that you're getting is basically going to be sold. So a lot of the times, even when we got to a certain point, we wouldn't farm necessarily the higher stages unless we were like super min-maxing. A lot of the times, the part at which people don't realize is a good resource builder is actually those stages before. Because the stages before, like for example, if you're doing Hell 3 and you're doing Hell 4, you're still getting those drops, right? The only thing that gets added in Inferno is the Ether Plague and the Fury Edge. But you're still getting those drops even in Hell 3 and going into Hell 4. The only thing that gets added in Inferno is those 2 extra bonuses. So people that are at Hell 3, they're still fleshing out some of their mythic pieces, but they're also getting some of those lower value ones. So a lot of that's going to get sold. So that's all going to be extra Etheria coin that gets sold. You said, but the higher stages cost the same amount of stamina. Yeah, that's valid if you can actually do it. The problem is that people are trying to skip 4 steps, but they can't even get past the first step. So it's like literally, I'm a baby. I want to go up 7 flights of stairs, but I don't know how to walk. Right? So like I gotta get up. I gotta learn how to stand first, and then I can work, because that's the problem a lot of players are having, and that's why people are stressed. Is because they're trying to jump up so high. It's like, oh, I'm at Hell 1. I need to be doing Hell 4. No, you don't. You need to be doing your Hell 1 if you can. If you're shifting into Hell 2, do a little bit of farming there. Actually, did you do your shells yet, brother? You know, like go do your shells, then get to Hell 3. If you're in Hell 3, that's a okay place to be, right? I feel like, again, when you start pushing some of the higher ones, you're now starting to talk about a little bit more min-maxing. Like I didn't push into Hell 4 here until I min-maxed my team more. So I got my speeds. I was stuck at around like that 90 something plus speed. And I started getting everybody over that. Cause I was like, all right, whoever I have opening, I got to push them up. So that's the biggest thing. You said, so I'm on hell 3, but the auto is bad. I can't manual these stages, but about to go back to hell 1, so I'm at a crossroads. I would say right now, shells. Just do shells. Because, like, I mean, to be honest, like, the thing about shells is that I don't think it can hurt you to have the training data. Because at that point, whatever shells you want to invest in or build up, you can for the units. Like, because like, think about it this way, right? I'm not just thinking about, like, I'm not thinking about, like, what my stamina could be if I was farming Inferno, because I can't farm Inferno. So that's just out of my head. What I'm thinking about is, okay, after this 2 times happens, what's still going to be the same value no matter what? It's still like shells are still going to be shells, right? Everything else is going to have that 2 times on it, and you're going to be able to build up everything into what you want. But if you already pre-farmed all the shells, like go through your characters and you're like, okay, I need to try to get this one. Like we have how many days in the week, right? That's left before the 2 times. Right now we have 4 days. If you took the next 4 days, right? And let's say you are refilling, right? Just with the Hydra crystals, you took those next 4 days and you got all the shells that you wanted to get for like just your base foundation. Like, okay, I want a revelation for this character. I want a gigabyte for this character. I want to count for that character. Like if you just started like going through that list and checking that off, going into the 2 times and then you blast all of your stamina pots, you're going to be able to go like basically seamlessly into building a lot of your builds. Because a lot of the problems that players are going to have, like let's say they do the ladder and they do nothing but modules and like just kind of all over the place, they might get in the 2 times the pieces that they want, but now they got to go farm shells because they don't have the connecting part to it. So like if you know like what build you potentially want to do, start to kind of work on that base, which is always the shells. And one thing I'm starting to kind of notice too is that even in like in RTA, what a lot of people are doing, like I'm seeing people run 3 gigabytes, you know, like people are running stuff like that. Like they're not just running, they don't got just 1 or 2. They're running like 3 gigabytes on a team comp. Like their whole team is cutting you. So not only are they fast, but if you do get turns, they're cutting you. So it's just like stuff like that. The more shell investment you have, the more you can actually mix up your team. And they also kind of like, I think even for me personally, what I'm trying to do is alleviate stress off of myself. So like one of my biggest issues, and this is a personal thing, but like my gear is always moving all over the place. I'm trying to get out of that phase as fast as hell. Like if I can get out of that phase as soon as possible, that is gonna make my life so much easier. Because like that's just an issue for me. Like I'm like, bruh, like I'm always swapping something. If I can get closer to the point where everybody kind of has some like standard set in gear for them, I will be living a much happier progression like on this game. And so like trying to get out of that phase is like a whole another thing that I'm really pushing for with the 2 times. And so like I said, right now I have about 3600 stamina. And so I'm almost going to assume if the devs really want to make some money real quick, if the devs drop more stamina pots, and actually I think there will be more stamina pots because here's what's going to happen. I think, guys, does the shop reset on Monday or Sunday? Because if the shop resets, it's Monday, right? So the last day, what's the order that they're doing it in? Can't remember if it was EXP. I think it was EXP first. EXP, GP Outpost, then modules. I think that was the order. He said, I think the shop reset on Monday. He said it's not the same as beta. He said no order. It says all of them now. So they're going to run them all. Are they all? And it's 2 days of all? Oh, 2 days of all. So I read that wrong. Okay, I read that completely wrong. So it's 2 days of all. But it runs from the 21st to the 22nd, right? So, yeah, they might have cooked us. They might have cooked us if they did it like that. You said, yeah, 2 times minus the shells. So, but what day does it end? Is it the 22nd that it ends? Or is it the 23rd? It said 2 days, said, I need to get as far as I can, yeah. So you got to pick your poison. Yeah, you kind of do. I think the highest farm thing is going to be GP and modules. I mean, if people do EXP, they could, but I don't really think that's going to be as crazy as the module farm and GP outposts. Yeah, it's SEP shells. So it lasts for 2 days, but isn't including that day, right? So it starts on June 22nd. So wait, it ends the 23rd? Because if it ends the 23rd, do we get that full day, or is it when reset happens into the 23rd? Damn. Because the only reason why I'm bringing that up, though, is because of the shop resetting. So the weekly stuff resets in the union. So that's a chance for you to get more stamina and stuff like that. Like, and then the weekly shops reset for like paid items. So that's all I was like mentioning, really. So just to clarify, said, wait, if your character has 100% effect actually from gear, but the skill is 25%, it means it'll go up to 50. Yes, it gives you, it essentially doubles it. Yeah, Maverick. Yeah, that's why like some values got nerfed right before. You said the wording was daily reset, I believe. Okay, was it daily reset? Okay, yeah, because I was like, yeah, that's why I said, I was like, damn, they might have cooked us on that thought process. You said, you can max refill like an hour before the day, so getting everything. Yeah, actually. Ooh, you know what? Thank you for that idea. So Ting, I'm gonna shout you out on that, okay? Because that actually is yeah, you don't max free refill on Sat. Well, hopefully, yeah. What you do? Okay, all right. So hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna post a video about that just so people know. But yeah, using your stamina that day just so it's at 0 and don't do any refills until the last minute. Yeah, because then you can go into the reset. But that means that, okay, so I'm not gonna lie. That means that what people are gonna have to do is they're gonna have to minimum. Okay, so okay, hold on. All right, let me make a video. All right, here we go. Might as well record it now. It said just beware of the maintenance time. Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, so, all right, guys, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, what's up, everybody? Listen, we're streaming right now, right? We ain't doing any like introduction or none of that because here's the thing. We try to make sure everybody is prepared for the 2 times that's coming up. And I actually got to shout out Ting King for this because I wasn't actually thinking about this before, but leading up to the 2 times event is going to be really, really smart, okay, for us to make sure that we do not refill that day, okay? I think that that's a really, really important thing because that's going to allow you to be able to get 1,000 more XP, or not even just XP, but 1,000 more stamina to be able to dump into the ×2 that technically, if you did the refills the day before, would have been locked in that day before. Now, there's a couple of different things that we do have to consider. And shout out to chat for this, by the way. I ain't that big brain, right? I'm gonna give this all to chat. But one thing we have to consider is the maintenance time. I'm gonna try to make sure that on this video, I have that posted because whenever the game goes into maintenance, you wanna make sure you do your refill before then, right? Now, the other thing is too, and shout out to chat. Yeah, this is live, right? Did I say that already? did I say that? Right? Okay. But before you actually go into maintenance, you want to make sure you do your refill before then, because if you obviously wait, then the game's going to be basically in maintenance, right? So the thing is that, like we mentioned before, everybody's saving stamina pots. I don't think that that's any secret in the community currently. Again, quick tip, if you are watching this or you haven't seen anything on this yet, what everybody is basically farming right now is shells. Focusing on shells. Go through your whole roster, say, hey, I got this character. I want to build this character. Decide what shell they need. Aim for whatever shell it is and try to get the set bonus for that. So when the time comes from when you're farming, then you want to try to actually have the base foundation. So you're just matching modules with bases instead of trying to match modules with modules and then you have no bases, right? So the other thing is too, is that this is the only event that's not going to be a part of the 2 times. So it's going to give you an opportunity for you to actually build that up throughout the week. And then when the 2 times come, that 2 days, again, shout out to chat for clarifying that, because I read it completely wrong. I thought it was going to be, the event was 3 days. And it was going to be 1 day of like GP outposts and how they kind of ran it in the beta, but it's actually 2 days where everything is open, right? So that is going to completely change what grind you're going to be doing. Obviously, everybody's trying to push up to the highest point that they can. But if you have to farm like lower intervals, like say like you're at hell, you can clear hell 4, like you just made it, but you don't do it consistently. So you got to do hell 3. That is okay, right? Because everything you're farming is basically going to give you a chance to be able to scale, right? So that's the biggest thing. The other thing is too, any extra stamina, I would say, again, just keep your stamina as low as possible throughout that last day, which I think the maintenance for that is going to be happening. It's the 21st for us on global. So I think Asia, it's technically a day, is that the day before, chat, or is that the day after? Yeah, it's Asia's the day before, right? They're going into the next day before us, right? So the maintenance for Asia, I think the maintenance might even just happen all at once, and they might just do a live update, but just got to make sure that you pay attention to that. Yeah, Asia is ahead, right? So if you're on Asia server, just take into account your server and make sure that you do that beforehand. But yeah, guys, this isn't going to be a long-winded video. I just wanted to make sure that we made this real quick so people actually like knew, right? So again, save stamina pots. Make sure that you farm as much of your shells as you can, get that training data. And yeah, we'll be going crazy on the ×2 this weekend, all right? So that's that, guys. Everybody stay blessed. Shout out to chat once again. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. All right, guys, peace. All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna upload that because that was a really good fucking point. I did not think about that crap. That is actually a really good point. Shout out to you, Ting, for that too, because I wasn't even thinking about that. You said YouTube. Oh yeah, I forgot, dude. Okay, I'm gonna have you guys up there in like the next day. My bad, YouTube. I got the Twitchers up there. My bad. It said, how do I invite people to my union? The UID doesn't work, and I search the username and I can't find them. Everything is case sensitive. I'm not sure if that's affecting anything, but yeah, everything is case sensitive. Like when I was trying to invite the homie Icebound, you have to have the name and the hashtag at the end with the numbers. There's like 4 numbers after each name. You said ignore YouTube, Twitch only. Nah, bro. Nah, I love both the chats, man. I love both the chats. You said, hey, listen, bro, you know they'll come over there and fight you, right? Like yeah, don't get clapped by them, bro. Yeah, so yeah, that'll definitely be huge for 2 times. It says shell 2 times would be so much better. You know why they're not doing shell 2 times, and I'm gonna tell you why. It gives way too much resources. That's why they're not doing it. I think it does have the highest conversion on like every piece of content in the game that we farm for resource wise, because it gives you Etheria coin and it then gives you training data, and then you can sell pets for more training data. So if they 2 times that, yeah, like that would mean you would be getting on average about 180K a run. And to be fair, this is the one content that they actually use to kind of time gate us a little bit. That's like really why I think the over farming of shells makes a ton of sense, because like for what it's worth, that is the in-game grind. Like even over modules, shells are the base foundation to everything. You said do all the gyms like 5 minutes before the next day, so you got 1K extra on the 2 times. Yeah, that'll basically give you that, because everybody's gonna do it that way. They're gonna, because you could spend whatever stamina you're gonna spend that day, but going into that next day, if you had an extra 1,000 stamina, that technically means that you could get 3,000 extra outside of your pots. So whatever amount of pots you have, then extra 1,000 if you max refill for the full day for that one day, and then the second day you'll get another 1,000 on the refill. So that in total, what, like say you have, like some people are like, I got 50 pots, that is 8,000 XP. Like, right? That's a lot of experience, bro. That's a lot of experience. So that's gonna take people into like for me, if I spent something like that, that would take me well over into my level, into like level 60, right? And that's just from farming everything. But by then, you're skipping so many like so many days, because you got to think about that, right? 1,000 XP at this point is a day. I don't think XP is doubled, because like, to be real with you, if they decide to do that, that would be crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember XP being doubled. I think it was still the same ratio for XP, but the drops themselves doubled. But if they do decide to do that, that would actually be kind of crazy, because that would put everybody at like what, like 16K. Like, let's say you do 50 pots with the extra 3K. That's like 16K, right? So you would be damn near like level 70. Like, that's a crazy jump for everybody at that point. And I don't even think there's anything that's locked at that point, like, really. So I really honestly think it's like, what, 55? I think it's like the last thing. So yeah, that would push everybody's accounts like a crazy amount. But the main thing is that that's days worth of like grinding. So even if you're only doing, say, the 3,000, that's 4 days worth of grinding times 2, technically. So when you really think about it, if you're doing, let's say you were only doing 3,000, like, let's say you didn't have any stamina pots, that's a whole week worth of grinding that you're basically getting done in that 2-day period, right? So that's kind of insane. So people that have like, you say you got 69 pots, like, my God, that's 7K plus on top of the fact that you're doubling that. Like, dude, that's like 2 weeks of grinding. Like, that's a lot. Like, that's absolutely insane. You said I'm about to complete every hyperlink mission in one day. Nah, for real. Because that's a lot. So that's why I said, like, that's why this event is so important, because it's basically going to allow some people never use any of their pots from the beginning, and then they've also been buying some. That's mixed. Some people have just saved every pot that they've gotten. Some people have yet not used any. Because, like, for example, up until this point, I've been using like all my pots. I probably could have had another 30 or so, right? But I probably used around 30. But like, just me going through this is why I said, like, the hyperlink charter is literally everything. Combination this with like this event going into the second week. This second week is jam-packed with stamina pots. Like, if you look at the first day, that's 2 right here, 2 right here, that's 4, 2 right here, that's 6, 8, and then plus the 3 here. That's already 11 just from the first 4 days of this. That's 11 stamina pots. 11 stamina pots just from doing this for 4 days. So that's another 2. So that's 13. That's 14. And then we have whatever's on day 14, which I'm assuming it might be another 2, right? So that's a good amount of stamina pots from just doing the phases. Like, that's a lot, right? Just from that. And then you have your union stuff, the event. One of the first things that I went in here and bought, because especially after they said, like, oh, we're doing the 2 times, I went in here and bought those 2 stabilizers and just held on to them, right? So the 2 stabilizers in here. So that would have been a whole nother set. And then last thing is I might buy out of here. I'm definitely going to probably buy the shadow prints. Because I like, if I'm thinking about it realistically, the lattice, if I have enough to get to that 1,000, that'd be cool, but we'll see. But if not, I'm just gonna buy the shadow prints, because the training data and the Etheria coin on 2 times, that's all I'm gonna be farming. I'm gonna have a crazy amount of that once I'm done with that 2 times. So, how do you become more auto clear friendly in your threshold? Tuning, man, skilling up characters, like making sure you're fine tuning your gears. So who needs to rotates, more efficiently or faster. There's a lot of things that you can do. He said, imagine they drop a stand pack in the shop for the 2 times weekend, bro. If they do that, they're gonna make a lot of money off of that. Like, I'm gonna be real. That's how they can turn that into a W. I'm not gonna lie. If they really want to make like some money real quick, drop some stamina. Drop some stamina in that. And let somebody wake up and they see a stamina pack in there, and it's like a stack of 10 or 20 or something crazy. People are gonna buy that. There's no way they're not. There's no way they're not. Wait, Maverick, did you not hear me when I answered that, fam? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Usually you overstack though to compensate for the enemy's resistance, which goes up. That's why you see more effect accuracy, because it's compensating for the resistance that you're coming across as you go up. You said, nah, let's not. That would cause drama with free-to-plays in the CCs. We'll milk it. Bro, Sleepy Heart. My thing is that at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, to be real with you, they're not really selling anything in this game. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's like outside of like the, okay, I can come in here and I can get stuff like this, right? I can get shadow prints. They have this free thing that everybody gets, and then the lattice, right? That's the main things they're selling, right? But at the end of the day, they gotta make something. Free to play are gonna have to take an L somewhere, because here's the thing: generally across the board, they can literally make it to where everything else is so accessible, right? And the thing is that as long as they give stamina out to players, let Wells do whatever they want, right? Because they're already doing it now. So that's kind of the thing. You said stamina is the worst thing they can sell to keep the free-to-play image. So what's the difference between somebody that's buying a whole bunch of Hydra crystals to max refill every day versus a free-to-play being able to do it? Eventually, free-to-play's currency is going to cap. They're not going to be able to upkeep costs of stamina refill every day, right? So all the well is going to do is they're just going to max refill every single day. Like, and that it's really no different. That's the purchase point. That's all it really is. So they're going to do it no matter what. That's why I said it's like, hey, that's a way for them to be able to make money. You said man, this game is easy free to play, so that's why most of us don't. Most of us have a free to play account. Yeah, you said you are not supposed to match a well account with free to play. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the thing is that it shouldn't be something that they drop all the time. But I think it's okay to have in the game if you're gonna do like a 2 times or something like that. People will absolutely spend money for it. And the thing is that like you're not gonna get a whole bunch of whatchamacallit. It doesn't guarantee you're getting good gear either. You said this guy is trying to show pay-to-win mechanics to his fans. He's literally trying to normalize this well becoming a hard well game. No, that's like every game though, right? Like, yeah, wells are gonna, okay, let's actually talk about this, right? Because this is a serious conversation that I had to learn when I was free to play. Wells don't actually care what free to play do at all. I'll be honest, they don't care. A lot of wells because they want to well. They don't care at all what free to play do. Like they don't. I would be honest, when I spend on the game, I don't care what free to play are doing. Like, that's not my thought process. I care as a CC, but if I was just like playing this game, not as a CC, I wouldn't care what free to play are doing. Like at all. I'm welling on my game, I'm chilling. Like, I don't care, right? So that's like the thing. The problem, the thing with wells right now is they're paying to progress, right? That's like, so even the argument like in terms of units and like, for example, chat, watch me. I didn't spend on my account until literally 2 days ago. Right? I didn't spend until 2 days ago, and I got almost every LD in the game with my account with $5 invested into it. Which in reality, there's people that had accounts with rebates that had $200 and $300 already on them, and they didn't get any of the stuff I got. They just got dupes. Like, so it's kind of one of those things where it ends up balancing itself out. You said I've never usually see free to play after a point anyway. No, I mean, the thing is that you're going to have points at which they should do things to keep free to play happy, but they're gonna also have to do things to keep spenders happy. Like it has to be a balance to it. You can't just say, oh, all free to play. It doesn't work like that in no game, right? And the games that typically will do that, they're never top grossing unless they're like 10 years old. Like that's the thing. And even then, it's not that crazy. You said wells are most likely spending because they enjoy the sense of progression or PvP in certain cases. Yeah. You said they put in monthly stamina for like $5 a month gyms. So I copped that so fast. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it doesn't have to be something crazy or something that's like all the time. I don't think they should have packs in the game for stamina all the time. Like, I mean, like if you're talking about like selling like 50 stacks of pots all the time, no, I don't think that should be the case. But I think when you have events that's coming up, yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that would give more incentive. You said, imagine if everyone was free to play this game. with EOS Assassin and Tribe 9. He said, I disagree with you. They do care. Who else will they have to bully if not us, the free-to-plays? After a certain bracket, free-to-plays aren't even up in those brackets. Like, and it's not to say there aren't wells that do care about bullying free-to-plays, but there's a ton that just don't give a damn, like, at all. When you're in the highest elo in the game, you're not even really facing free-to-plays for the most part. You're facing other wells. Like, so that's kind of that, right? So it just all kind of depends on where you're at in terms of where you spend. But top spenders are usually, if they are trying to be sweaty in terms of like competitive nature, they're in high elo. They're not really caring about free to play. I used to love bullying free to play by ignoring them. Yeah, so I think it's all wants and needs. But from what I've noticed, most wells don't really care. Like, that's the whole premise, though, is that if they do see you, you're getting bullied regardless. So, like, that's that's kind of the whole point of welling for them, I guess, really is like, well, if I do see one, they getting bullied. Like, I mean, that just kind of comes with the territory. You said Zoxaskun is about to bully a free-to-play guild in 2 days. You said free-to-play care more about wells. That's yeah, it is true. Yeah, 1,000%. He said, oh, 100%. I said, if I see a little free-to-play account, you getting knocked out. Yeah, like, bro, like, if you do, like, you're going to, right? Like, you're going to definitely bully them, right? This is obvious. But, I mean, for sure, I think that it's going to be one of those things where, over time, players are going to be able to, people are going to be able to actually shift in, right? And be able to get to a point where they'll be able to actually do things and stuff like that. You said, how are they going to bully wells are not out here coming to serve in your lane if you beat them in PvP? You got no choice but to get clapped. And I mean, the other thing is too, and let's be clear here, just because you well doesn't mean you're good at the game. So I think that's also a misconception. Like, people that are spending right now are not all of them are actually even past free-to-plays and stuff. There's people that are spending hundreds on this game and they're still not past certain people in the game, right? Like that's really like what it is. So the idea that because a spender is spending, they're just better than you is not necessarily true, right? There's plenty of people that have free to play their way all the way to top elo and just straight spank people because they know how to invest better. Like, it just is what it is. You said E7 has weekly stamina packs. It's normal. So I was mainly joking because I can already see the devs hating their free-to-play player videos popping up. But that's what I'm saying, right? My thing is that everybody wants certain things and they'll compare games or compare the game for for certain things because it fits their needs or wants. But when it comes to another thing, they're like, nah, we don't want that. But they want the other things from the game. But it's like, I'm like, it's kind of normal. It's normalized. Like, one of the biggest things I actually seen players asking for was that they just wanted uncapped stamina. I don't think they should do that. That's just kind of crazy because then the dude sitting with 135,000 stamina, what he's gonna do is he's gonna create a script where he can just farm that all day. It's not really a good idea, especially this early. Like, that's what people are gonna do. So I don't know. It's certain things I agree with and some things I don't agree with. You said that's me. Don't call me out like that. So I spend and still get whooped by free to play, bro. I'm saying it's on both spectrums, right? So you could spend all day. There's people that bought every single pack and still can't beat certain people just because they're just not good. Like, this is like, it is what it is, right? So that's kind of like what happens. He said people don't realize that wells are only progressing faster and it will even out to a point where you will be eventually matched. And people claiming that wells will run PvP, no matter what is false. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Like, right now, you have people that are making okay, like, take for example, like the person I fought who maxed out all his units, right? He went level 50 on everything. I don't have that good of speed in my head. I'm like, well, my speed is all right. I still clapped him. He had everybody 6-star on his team, level 50. I'm just like, damn, like, what happened there, right? So it's like little stuff like that. Like, the dudes that are being super sweaty aren't making certain mistakes. Like, they're like looking at their teams. They're like, okay, I'm geared, right? Before they go to bed. Like, there's like certain things you're doing. And even with that, it's like you could think you have bad gear and still do better than somebody. Or you think they're going to cleave you. And now you rotate to second turn and you still win. Like, it's definitely something that can still happen. So, yeah, a lot of it is just strategy. A lot of it is just your strategy. So a lot of those guys, like once dudes that start being able to build into the counter builds is going to be insane. And you said, no, a free to play cannot max refresh. The gap will be big. I mean, that's kind of sort of what's happening now. Right? Yo, King's Key, appreciate you for the sub. Damn, bro. Appreciate you for the gifted subs, bro. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening now, right? Yo, can we get MVP for King's Key? Appreciate that, fam. Yeah, it's not that big now, but eventually, unless like they add something to make that gap close a little bit more, we'll see, right? Because if we're being honest, is a free to play realistically, or should they be able to keep up with a well refilling? I don't think so. Like I don't think they're going to be able to, right? That's just because it's just a matter of spending power. Even in the most free to play games, there is a certain extent to what currency can go up to, right? So I think that at some point, free to players are going to have to decide that they're going to have to also make purchases this early in the game. Once your account gets settled, you'll be able to do a lot more. You could disagree with it, right? But if you have been refilling and also summoning, like some people have done, and you were not also like, it's one of those things that in this earlier phase is not going to allow you to be able to keep up. You said I'm free to play, and I think the only thing that makes the gap between me and Wells is the max stamina refreshing. Wait, that's what I just said though. That's literally what I'm saying. Free to play are not going to be able to keep up with them long term. Not on the sense of like what you go in 1,000 stamina refill every single day with them. I don't think that's feasible. Not at this point. that's literally what I said. I literally said you aren't going to be able to keep up. You said I'm saying that free to play need enough daily gym income to max refresh. But that's the thing. That's not the case. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they would have to make it to where free to play get that amount. But then you're now starting to say, like, okay, you didn't have to start asking the question, what's the value of buying a pack in the game? At that point, I guess. So it's like there has to be something. And that's why I said, like, for free to play, the usual grind for free to play is to... You have to micromanage your resources way better, right? You just have to, because all it takes for a free to play is for one banner to come up, right? Let's say you have been max refreshing. What is your current crystal count at right now? If you've been max refreshing, just question. What is your crystals at currently, right? Like right now, free to play, 12K, okay. 12K, and you've been max refreshing every single day? Said 3K, 13K, 49K. 49K is definitely not free to play. Yeah, free to play. Yeah, free to play. He said, I'm free to play. I've been max refreshing. I'm at 990. First at 100K. Yo, 116, I'm asleep. Bruh. All right, so let's say you're on that spectrum of like, for example, you're at that 12K to 16K ballpark, right? All it's gonna take is one banner to basically make you go all the way to pity, and you already lost half your currency, right? So that's where like, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just one banner. Now, granted, you'll be able to save up, you'll be able to accumulate if you're spending, but you're gonna be a little bit like, okay, should I refill this day, or am I gonna wait to maybe another times two, right? That's the decision that free to plays are gonna have to start making. Wells aren't thinking like that. Like, they're like, well, I'm max refilling every single day. They might have a day or two where they're like, I don't feel like doing it today. Like, that's the other thing. You said free to players aren't spending gems on summons if they're competitive, save summon tickets for banners. Yeah, you could also do that too. But that's the other thing is, like, again, even if you are, you're still not going to be able to keep up with a WoW. Like, that's the thing. So even if, right, let's say, okay, a day, you're spending 1,000 crystals a day, right? That means that over the course of a week, this early, that means you would need to be seeing a return of about 1,000 crystals a day, right? So that's kind of like, again, like that's going to be kind of rough after a while. Like once we get through, right? Like once you get through all of this, right? Like once this changes, like, okay, you're no longer really getting this anymore. So you're not getting any currency from this, right? Now your currency is mainly going to be coming from Arena. It'll be coming from, you got stuff coming from Union versus Union. And then whatever events they end up having, those will be like your currency things, right? Or anything they add that's new first time clears. So that's kind of one of the things that you're going to run into, right? So I said after level 45, you should stop refreshing. There's no point to waste gems after that as a free to play. Yeah, I feel like all I'm saying is that 1,000 crystal output is a lot. That's 7,000 crystals a week, right? That's a lot. That's a lot of crystals. And realistically, even a week, let's say you're placing in, right? Let's say in Etheria, right? A week, right? Your rank reward, a week is only 350. like, let's say you're a Masters 3, it's 350. So it's a lot, like, especially because you're not getting like the return on the level. And when you do get like the level, I don't know. He said it was well received by people who think like you doesn't mean it shouldn't it will be doesn't mean it will be implemented. Wait, what are you talking about, Tamatsu? As far as what being implemented? Said you're free to play, you can't afford that. He said hit Mythic free to play. Yeah, so you're getting about 400 out of that 7,000 that you just spent, right? That's a lot. Like you're not, it's just like that's a lot. So you have rank up rewards, right, for where you place, but this isn't until the end of the season, you know. So it's like you hit Mythic free to play. So like you said the rewards for ranked, and that's your fix weekly, right? So spent $1, so I'm not free to play. No, bro. I mean, it's just that though, right? Like so what I feel like will like help with something like this is as they add more content. Like Tower also, I think too. Tower's also, I forgot about that. That's monthly, right? So doing Ember Track is going to be mad important because this is monthly. And in the supply hub, you can get Hydra crystals and stuff like that out of here. Yeah, so you're saying you're max refilling so you can compete right now. Yeah, but no, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, right? I'm just saying that it is a diminishing return to where you're not going to be able to keep up with it long term with how it's set up now. It just there's no way. The currency isn't gonna like that. It's a lot of currency. He said if I can't max refresh, he said I will fall out of the top 100 ranks. I mean, I would say right now it's going to be easier for sure, right? Right now it's easier because a lot of people aren't even focused on it. But hey, listen, I might have to contribute to your cause because yeah, you said max refreshing for the arena is bait. I mean, honestly, like I said, when I do it, I only do it for when I need to get a climb or something like that. But yeah, like, yeah, dude, I mean, to be real with you, like it's one of those things where, like I said, it's like even like monthly on how many pools you can save. There's that too. You said you have 750 pools. How do you have 750 pools? That's crazy. So also Ember Track refreshes in 14 days without refreshing. And you said you miss a lot. Yeah. Is have you beat Ember Track 42? Hell nah. I need to go up there and do it though. I definitely need to do it. You said get your money up, YouTubers. Dude, somebody had me dying yesterday. You guys actually, like, when dudes get on my videos and like try to insult me, it just makes me laugh because somebody was like, wow, you weld and you still can't auto a Hell 4 video or Hell 4 dungeon. And I was dying because I was like, wait, did he not just watch me hell 4 dungeon and then says that, I was like, okay. I was like, I don't think he watched the video, but it's okay. I'm like, you know, I only just did Terrabaton hell 4. It's all right, you know, on auto. That's that. He said, what about those 2 packs for crystals? Are they worth? Wait, which ones? Wait, what packs for crystals? Are you talking about the double packs right now? Wait, if you have 750 pulls free to play, what did you not summon? Like, how do you play the game? You said 53. You said, Jesus, you're cooked. You said, yeah, how did you progress, fam? Without summoning at all? Like, where are you at? It said, I've cleared only 2 Infernos so far with no lilies. It said, I have no summoning. So wait, what is your account though? Yeah, like what is like what did you like, you didn't buy anything? Like, you said, bro, said, nah, I don't need nothing but these hands. He said, bro's a walking paradox. He said, dude's a prodigy. He said, get this bro on Discord. It shows account. Share your wisdom. Yeah. No, for real. If you're level 53 free to play right now with 750 pulls and you literally have beat 2 Inferno dungeons, I will give you my channel, brother. Like, yo, what? Okay. Like, you just yo, you said bro's dead as the chosen one. Nah, you gotta be Neo, dog, cause that's crazy. Yo, nah. He said free to play, fast to swipe. Yo. Oh my God, yo. He said, yo, I'm not gonna lie, that literally has made my day, dog. Yo. Yo, that has made my day, dog. Saya said, yo, that's a mega cap. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, yo. Oh my God. Dog, that is hilarious, yo. You said you're on EU. Wait, so okay, MS, answer. Okay, M-Shock, okay. Answer this. You spent $0 and you have 750 pulls? Or 750 pulls at yo, 750 pulls, 2 LDs. He said to his brother's name, got a server plate with side of divorce papers because Etheria was good. Like, yo, what? Yo, nah. No, cause that's like, I need to get you on a video or something. Like, what are we talking about? He said he did 750 pulls. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Bruh, okay. Yo, I'm like, bro, there's no way. I'm like, yo, that is hilarious. Bro, I'm like, yo, if you did 700 or you saved 750 pulls free to play, bro, I'm like, you hacking. I'm reporting you. Yo. He's like, yeah, I cleared Inferno. I'm like, what? Like, yo, what, dude? Got me over here struggling. You just breezing through the game, and you gonna keep it to yourself? How dare you? He said, bro, I needed to be nerfed as free to play. He said, he said, wait, I have it. So I'm at 710. Bro, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm somewhere around there. Oh my God. He said that's doable if he wasn't max refreshing daily, but he's level 50, but he's 53. But that's the thing, like, what, we're 12 days in? You still wouldn't even be at that amount though, because, excuse me, even if he had around 35k crystals free to play somehow, right, on his account, that's still what? That's not 750 pulls though. And the thing that's kind of hard to do in this game is not pull, because you need stuff on your account. So that would mean, like, I don't know, like you would have to get a one all type of multi. Like, I don't even know what you would get in a multi for you to just like breeze through this whole game and not have to think about any other like units. Like that multi, like I don't even know what would even be in that multi. Like that would be insane. You said, isn't it 150 pages on pull history? 750. That's 5. Is that 750? Is it 5 per page? I think, right? I think that's the math. Yeah, I think that's the math, fam. Calc. Yeah, it's 5 per page. Damn, 150 pages is crazy though. Yeah, that's 750. Yeah. Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he said he did 750. Yeah. So yeah, combined with the summons, yeah, I can see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. He says a new free to play. What level should I stop max refreshing? Around like the 40 range. There's some people that stopped around like 35. There's some that stopped at 45. We got a whole bunch of coupon codes, so definitely make sure that you use those coupon codes too. He says, Zox, have you had any idea how divas get cleansed in this game? Is it like left to right or something? It's random. I'm pretty sure it's random. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's random. Let me see. Wait, what were you asking, Gacha? You said you have a contact with the devs. If yes, they should really consider dropping prices of items in the arena shop. If you win every game around Plat Diamond, you get about 10k a week, which is barely enough to buy 2 items out of the shop. I was about to say, I don't know if Car's in here. he do stop by though sometimes. Car 6 does come by sometimes. He'll like randomly raid me some days. I gotta raid him one of these days. Actually was able to raid him, I think two or three times. But it's like every time I want to raid him, he's like, I think done before me. It said, but everything else, and that's what I said, whenever you attack and sweaty. So I think right now, he said bro was in 2 streams and forgot he was which one? That's okay, that makes sense. So he's in Car stream too. Okay. All right, cause I was like, wait, what? I was oh man. But yeah, I mean, to be real with you, I mean, I talked to the devs myself, to be honest. I mean, what is it that you're trying to send? Was it that specifically? I think, because honestly, that's one thing I will agree with is that they do need to up the currency so it's more like obtainable to clear that shop regularly. I think because right now you do have to like make specific decisions on what you buy weekly, which I would still, again, it's always the perfect lattice. Like there's no reason you wouldn't get that first. But yeah, I think that that's definitely something that could help out. Like even for the events, that's one thing I do agree with is like, if you do an event, you should be able to clear out the entire event. Like I just think that should be standard. That is normally standard in most gachas you play. As long as you are playing every single day, you should be able to actually clear out the event, or at least have enough currency to clear out the event. So that I do agree with. The extra resources though, like how we have with the board, I can be okay with that being random. But I think as far as like actual currency to finish the event, that definitely should be like at least for free to play. That would definitely help out a lot. He said you can see a Hoyo game making some spent 3,000 USD compared to less than 500 USD. Bro, a lot of people actually haven't spent that much in this game, to be honest. Like, I think most people on average probably have spent around that much. Like, they're around that like three to five, maybe $600 range. And that's actually kind of saying a lot. Like, cause most games, like their first banner, like that first grossing, like some games, like I'm actually kind of interested to see what the revenue report's going to be for Etheria for the first month. So that'll be kind of interesting. Yeah, some people did it for the rebate before, but you got to think about that from the perspective of like also the release grossing or like release money, because you got to think about that. Like, okay, if you did the rebate, you technically got a return on money you spent, right? So for some people, they didn't really spend because they already did the rebate. So they're like, yeah, I'm not spending, right? And then they got vouchers. So they were able to basically reuse those vouchers to go and purchase things that they had purchased in the beta. Yeah, people did buy on the website too. You said you would say 5 to 10 mil. You think it's around that ballpark? I'm interested to see. I don't know. I think it might be it might be a decent amount. I don't know what to call it though, because are like the banners going crazy right now? I don't know. I don't know. Yo, appreciate you for the super chat, Irene. Yes, I spent $299. Game bugged out. It says $299 though. I'm dead. You said Philippines people going ham on this game. Are they? You say 20 mil? If I factor in all the regions, I can get behind like 20 mil. I would say that. You said rebate was a big scam, not gonna lie, so it was better to reroll for Lily. I mean, I mean, to be honest, it's like I would actually make that argument more for Shadow Sania, but you said no Lily, no party mate, bro. No Shadow Sania, no Inferno. Oh Jesus, dude, listen, I'm trolling right now. But the thing is that like for even a lot of the runs, man, it's just for ease of access. People are going to be able to do stuff without Lily, man. The problem is that people don't have investment in a lot of their stuff. That's the reason why it's so much harder for them to do things, right? So like once people's investment, that's why I said this 2 times. Watch after this 2 times event. You'll see a little bit of a difference in people's clears too, because people are gonna have much more fine-tuned gear, better gear. They'll have hopefully after this little window, people will have more of their pets build up. So it's gonna be easier because progressive like scaling just naturally happens as you're fine-tuning. Like if you're actually doing the work to make your team slightly better, then you'll be good. Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, you can actually do a lot of stuff without Lily. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, even like in a lot of endgame stuff, at the end, like even with full build stuff, I never really used Lily. Like, not for PvE stuff. I actually never used her. A lot of stuff, a lot of units are actually very self-sufficient. That's why I said, like, it really is just purely investment, because like when you see a unit that's like, when they're fully where they need to be, they're very self-sufficient. Like, even like the base speeds, like when you are able to get to that point of having like those standard speeds, I mean, like units can literally, it was like they rotate themselves. Like honestly, Veronica is like super safe on Terra as well. Yeah, she is. You said, yo, appreciate you for the super chat, fam. You said, poor Shadow Sania Haver, she's getting nerfed. Yo, yo, every time something's good, they're like, nerf it. Yo, is that like is that standard norm to do in gacha games? Like if people don't have something, they call for a nerf? Like is that normal? Like you said nerf Valerian, bro, she's too broken. Bro, I will say I get the value of this and like the sentiment of like having LDs be a certain way, but I will say one thing I would really like to see this game get, and I kind of get why they don't have it now, is because they don't have enough units in the game yet. But that's one thing I am going to try to work with the devs on, is actually making a better hyperlink charter, because the hyperlink charter as is it's okay. I think it's okay. I think it's honestly great for where the game is now, like including the whole fact that we don't have as many units yet. But this is definitely going to have to get revamped at some point to better guide people into building out their teams, like for sure. Like, and even down to like later down the line, this is why I think like them still implementing SRs is going to be kind of a big deal, because at that point they can actually start to add some of those units to things like this. So like as you're clearing your Inferno clear and you start to scale, they can collect like average. They can collect like an average of like what players are typically using. And then they can also like make it to where like they'll just be able to make newer players coming along after us have an easier time, or anyone that wants to start a new account, they'll have an easier time getting alchemy into the game. You said when everyone builds up their account, Lily will fall off. We just all don't have proper counters yet. Yeah, like right now the hardest dungeon to farm is Aurora, so it's kind of one of those things where like even to counteract those cleave teams and like stuff like that, people can't really build them the way they want to. Like people are literally still auto farming those runs with the Shadow Sania and stuff like that. So yeah, once people get access to those gears, then it'll definitely make it a lot easier to deal with. Like, okay, I don't have a Lily, then I can do this, right? It said typical gachas can't nerf buff units already in the game. Just depends where the company is. Like Hoyo can't because it's like some Chinese laws or something. I know from what I've at least seen, like JP, I actually think JP might be one of the harsher markets when it comes to that. Like, to be honest, from what I've seen, like they be getting full sended, like straight punished. Like we gonna end your game if you got that text description wrong. Like, oh, it's over. So I almost feel like it's a little bit lighter in the CN market, because JP, I be feeling like they be ready to like damn near blow that game up. You said yeah, JP games be like those that they be getting all types of regulated. They be getting all types of regulated, dude. You said I'm willing to bet the next limited banner will be a mini Lily, so they won't nerf her. They would just make her less important. I could see that, because even with this banner with Hoden kind of like, he kind of filled a gap, like, or that role of like filling in like that strip, but then also has the utility of being able to go bruiser too. Like it's like they kind of were like trying to take like the emphasis off of like, oh, you don't have that unit or you don't have that unit. So it's like I'm kind of okay with them doing it that way too, because then it makes it to where people can have options. He said that's because the JP, hell, even though East Asia market takes these games very seriously. Yeah, I mean, and that's why, like, so a lot of the times, like, I'm always really big on certain things. Like, I'll troll and talk about like, oh yeah, just add more stuff in the game that we can buy, or do whatever. Like, but even like for me, I'm pretty free to play in a lot of things. This is actually one of my first games I've spent on in probably like 4 years, right? I'm usually free to play at everything, right? Especially at this point. And that's just because I've learned from like other games. Like I'm like, hey, I'm only spending on a game that I really like. And I think even for Tribe 9 was like the last game. So this is the second game. But I love Tribe 9. And that's because they were wilding. Tribe 9 said, whatever you spend, we're going to give you it all back. So I only spent, I think, $100, but who's not going to spend $100 to get back $100? Like, I mean, who's not going to do that, right? Like, that's like, basically you just gave me everything for free, right? So that was that situation. But for the most part, whenever somebody asks me about like, well, how do you feel that they regulate this over in Asia? And I'm like, dude, I'm not from there. I don't know. And I don't really speak on like other social like structures and stuff like that. Cause I'm like, I don't know. Like, I'm like, maybe people over there are fine with it. I don't know. Like, I'm like, compared to our market, I'm like, we have a big issue with gachas in the US because we have almost zero regulation. Like gachas have no regulation almost. Like certain things obviously are illegal, but like when I like really when it boils down to it, there are zero regulations in the US for like gacha. Like we might have a couple, but it ain't like stuff that's that deep. And even when you look at like most games being like produced, they're not really American companies either. So it's kind of one of those things. You said I have a question, a genuine question. You said you really have knowledge about gachas. How come I never see you? Bro, I spent all my stamina. I did all my stuff I wanted to do, man. I did all my stuff I wanted to do. I mean, honestly, with these streams, man, these streams ain't really for me. I would be perfectly fine by myself in my little bubble, grinding the game, getting off the game, and that's it. Really, for what it's worth, these streams are so that I can help people more than anything. It's really it's more about that. Yeah, dude, like, yeah, if I have 10 viewers, what, it don't matter to me. I don't care. The energy has never changed. That's how you grow, really. And your streams should be more so about your vibe. So I think at the end of the day, like, I play the game. If I'm not playing the game, I hope people stick around because it's cool, right? Like, I'm chilling. That's it. You said, can you do champion call? Bro, I am not spending no resources in there. I swear to God, I've not touched this. Like, I refuse. They're not getting my 100K. My gear ain't even built right. You ain't getting 100K from me. I'm not. Nope. Hey, I don't care what the reward is, because I need my money and I need it now. That's all I'm saying. So that. You said Dave came and vibe out no more on Twitch. Bro, that's the whole thing too. Like with Twitch, like a lot of my gameplay, like I did like even like with my the series where I was just like kind of playing through, that's just straight gaming, right? But with stuff like this, man, I try to make it more about like actually interacting with you guys. You know what I take pride in? He said JG Wentworth, not for real. The thing is that like one of the things that a lot of you guys don't get to experience, which you can get that from some creators, right? There's some that obviously interact with their community, but as people get bigger, they tend to do that a lot less, right? And I've been to streams like, and these are streams I just completely don't like, where I'll see like the streamer playing the game or doing whatever he's doing. He's straight gaming, but he's ignoring the chat. He ain't talking to nobody. Nobody give a damn. Like, he don't care what they got going on. He ain't interacting with them. He ain't like, like, he ain't saying nothing to them. PewDiePie and certain people, Markiplier makes sense, dude. They have millions of people that regularly are watching them, seeing them do stuff. Like, after a while, you do have to kind of be realistic about that, right? But within reason, I'm not any of those guys. So for me, it's about that interaction. Like if you come in here, and I think that's one of the hardest things as a person that's a part of a community, is when you ask a question, trying to get somebody that you watch consistently to answer that question, right? And so it's actually easier. So like when people ask questions on my videos, I would be honest with you guys, I really hate typing. Like I really do. It's not my strong suit either. So like, even ask Scion, we could be typing, but if he says I'm free, the first thing I'm doing, I don't even care if I've typed out 2 pages worth of text, I'm going to literally call him. Like, I am not texting anymore, bro. Like, I text out of necessity, right? So a lot of the times, if you guys could come in and talk to me, you'll notice I try to get, like, if you even have to repeat it, I always try to get to everybody at some point. Try to at least answer a question, right? But that's the reason why. That's why, and it also is like trying to play and then like answering 50 billion questions at one time is kind of rough. Especially if I'm like trying to tweak gear or do something like in PvP, you can't really pay attention to it at the same time. He said, I would see videos with like 20 comments and 1K viewers and no replies at all. Yeah, I try to respond to some of them. I mean, I try to at least like for the very first few comments that are always on my videos, I try to like them. I try to respond to them. But bro, it is definitely, it's a thing, right? Like you're just kind of like, bro, like when you think about it, every video I can upload, let's say on average between my community posts, which can have anywhere from like 10 comments to 100 comments. Then my videos on average might have threads. I mean, like entire threads where now like one thread is 16 people going back and forth talking about a topic and then adding me on it. I got to respond to all those comments. And then I got to think about the adding that I get in the Discord, responding to stuff in Discord, DMs on Discord. And that's all typing. Like, yeah, I'm usually in bed. Yeah, I'm usually in bed responding to people too. So that's kind of the thing too. Like, so it's crazy, man. Like, that's why I always tell people, like, dude, like being a content creator is so much more than just like, if you want to do it right, you can't be absent. Like, you have to be very active. And so that's why I want you guys, like, for the stream to have that experience where it's like, I know I posted this comment, but I can just go in the stream and just ask him and he'll answer it, right? Like, that's kind of that, right? And then it's like, okay, I don't feel, and it also is for my conscience, I don't feel so bad if I don't get to everybody's comment, because I'm like, at least hoping some of those people were able to come in, get a question answered. If somebody watches the VOD back, they might see some of those questions and stuff too. So you said I had to shut up on Twitter because that obliterates your phone if you have a tweet hit. Bro, when I told you I posted that picture of me, that picture I took of Tribe 9 sending me all that stuff and it went viral. And I was like, that's so random. I was like, how did a freaking picture of some damn mouse pads go viral? I was so confused. Like, bro, even right now, what is that? Yo, I'm still getting engagement from that one post, bro. And I was just like, yo, like, I don't even have anything on, like, I'm not like verified or have, like, I'm not paying for anything on Twitter right now. That post went viral for zero reason, bro. It had 10K people seen it for 42 people reposted it. I was so confused. I was like, yo, I posted my video links. I posted guides for T9. They never did that. I post a picture of the phone holder and the mouse pad, and it went viral. And everybody was like, yo, where'd you get that from? I was dying. I was like, really? Is that what I need to do? I was like, okay. I was like, that's fun. I was like, that's mad random. Said catch out tomorrow. Said get some TV in with the white. Yo, enjoy the family, man. Appreciate you for being here, Captain. And tell her congrats on the shout out to Nia too. You said time to hire college graduate intern for no pay to reply to comments. Oh, that's Miss Zox. Oh shit, dude! Listen, don't you guys clip that? She's gonna be mad, dude. And you know what's funny? Miss Zox actually has more education than I do, which is the funny part. You said because that's a collector item now. Oh, that is true. You said, GG, you've done it now. I'm dead. You said, imagine what would happen. You post the NSFW of Freya. Oh, brother. Dude, like, that's how you get, I almost got clapped on Twitch once because I followed somebody on Twitter. That's why I don't ever get on Twitter anymore. Because I followed one of the guys that followed me on Weathering Waves. And all he shared was like NSFW stuff, but I didn't know that because I never actually looked at his page. But I knew when I seen his name in my follow thing, I just hit follow back, and I just like kept it moving. And then one day I was on my Twitter page, and there was like a post of the game, and I scrolled down just a little bit, and it was just straight nakedness. I was like, yo. I swear, I actually ended stream that day. I was actually like pretty scared. I thought my stream was gonna get clapped. I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I did. But then there's these hot tubs. Yeah, it was straight cheeks, bro. I was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I that was just me being innocent. And chat was trying to play me. They were like, oh, what your saves look like? Yo, I scrolled for probably like a good 2 minutes, 3 minutes on my saves, bro. I literally don't save anything that's not related to, like, if it's not gaming, the devs posted something on their page or a new game coming out, I don't save anything on there. I really don't like social media like that. So I was just laughing because I was like, dude, like I don't save anything. Like I literally just save things that I like. If it's like a picture of a character that's doing something cool, like from Fate Grand Order or something like that. He said Twitch is the same. YouTubers can't show skin versus hot tubs. See, but that's like, it's so weird what the rules are though. Like it doesn't make sense. You said Twitter ain't safe for streaming unless you check the account. Yeah, that's true. You said, have you seen the Artisan Casio combo? Wait, what combo? What interaction are you talking about? You said, yeah, stay away from Twitter. Yeah, it kind of cooks. It kind of cooks you. You said, hey, is Jackal Guard with crit rate useful for anything? I mean, that could be put on a DPS. I mean, honestly, like, I wouldn't go too crazy trying to roll your subs. I mean, really, for the most part, Jackal Guard would probably speed is more optimal generally. But crit rate is fine. Like, you don't have to go crazy because that's the second slot roll, right? So, yeah, Jackal Guard with crit rate, I mean, that easily can be slotted into a damage dealer, to be honest. Or, like, you could even put that on a character like Holden. He still needs to crit. You said the fact hot tub streams are still a thing as well. Bro, I mean, it's like with everything, man. Oh, did I not post it in the... Oh, I didn't post it today. My bad. Hold on. All right, guys. I got to get going. I just thought about it. I need to go to the gym still. Let me see. Hold on, I'm going to post a link. Bro. It says someone in Asia basically uses 4 artisans and a Casio, reduces the shell cooldowns, and tanks Terra. Oh, is that what they're doing? Dude, artisan is kind of nuts. So they're using 4 artisans and they're just tanking the fight. Wait, Inferno Terror? They're just... Yo, but this is why I keep saying farm shells. Because if you farm enough shells and you build up enough shells, people are going to be able to do stuff like that without it being like, I had to go grind that today. Bro, yeah, the 4 artisans, though, sounds crazy. You said never skip a cheeky leg day, best of the best. Yeah, I got to get in there. It's not Auto Inferno with Dot and Artisan. Yeah, that's how, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, but remember days ago when I was telling you guys that a lot of Inferno clears were not with a lot of the DPS shells. Like for those that were trying to build, like say DPS Heinrich, you end up seeing Heinriches in like situations like that with like characters like Lighthouse built on Bloodbath, right? And it's not because of the fact that you're trying to deal damage. You just literally will use him for his debuffing and the stripping. You're not really, and he kind of sub DPSs, but not really. And then your DPS does the DPS. So those tanky shells are really going to be pretty huge too for certain clears, because if you're lacking that, then it's kind of that idea, right? Or that's the mentality. You make up for what you're lacking. That's the biggest thing. So like, it's okay. I know I'm missing speed. So why not use Gigabyte so I can cut? Because I'm not going to go first. They're going to cut and go, or they're going to keep rotating in front of me. So let me use a counteracting fact so that I can rotate in front. You said that's the thing. Different situations require different shells. No need to have the mentality to stick to one. And I think that's been kind of the mentality is like, oh, should I just have this? And it's like, no, like there's just starters. Like you have your mythic starters. And then as you go, you start to evolve. So that's why I said like this week, a lot of people are like they're going to probably dread it a little bit. But if you commit yourself to saying, I'm going to grind up my shells for this week and I'm going to grind out, like say, all right, let's say you do decide I want to do Revelation, right? You're inherently farming Jackal. You're inherently farming Law of Silence. You're inherently farming Amber, right? And then you're getting like these others if you want to build those, right? But you're inherently farming the other 4 or the other 3, right? So that's why it's like farming. It's like you're kind of getting a ton of value there because it's not like you're just aiming for one. You're farming the others as well. So like if you're doing Sharon, okay, I want a supernova, you're also farming the other ones, right? Like, so it's going to put you in a position where when you need something, you might already have it, if not just building it just to have it just in case. And you're going to probably find a scenario where you might need it because a lot of shells, depending on the situation, offer a ton of value. You said I was farming full shells, but noticed that I was lacking on the module department. Yeah, see, modules, we're going to take care of that when the 2x comes up. Because the 2x is going to be only boosting that. It's going to be only boosting modules, GP outposts, and what's it called? XP. The reason why I'm not really okay, so let me see something real quick, right? So let's do a run on XP, right? You said Codex is super important, especially for Auto Shalcenia. Yes, Codex of Magic. Codex of Magic enables so many characters. If you want an Oval to get like real busted, Codex of Magic. You know, like it's certain units that really need that. All right, so let's take this for example, right? He said, what's your thoughts on Supernova on Valerian? She doesn't really heal enough for Supernova to really be better on her. Because like you got to think about what happens when you first use Valerian. She starts out in the bubble if you have her skill 3 max, which is basically shielding. When she gets her turn, she reinforces that, right? So she's in a bubble for quite some time. So by the time you actually get her out of that bubble, she has the invincibility and the heal over time that kicks in. But, I mean, to be honest, you could just run her Artisan. Like, Artisan just works, to be honest. And it gives you a ton of shield. And the other thing with Artisan is Artisan also allows her to take more hits. Yeah, Artisan allows her to take more hits. That's the other thing with her. So, a lot of it is just kind of that, too. You said, does the shield increase on shell passive? Wait, you said, does the shield increase on a shell passive? Wait, does the shield increase on a shell passive? Oh, wait, are you saying like if you roll the one that gives shield, does it increase it? Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't remember what pet it was. I had a pet that rolled shield. Is it this one? Yeah, so when Animus applies healing or shield in battle, it increases the target's final damage by 1.5. That's for the damage. Are you talking about that? Are you talking about, wait, what are you talking about? I might be mixing up something here. He said, are you free to play? So how do you have 10k crystals? Well, I haven't actually bought crystals intentionally, but no, this account is not free to play. You said on second passive? Oh, if you get shield there, yes. Yeah. That does affect it. Yeah. Increase the Animus shield provided by yeah. That does affect her. Yeah. Yeah, it's the second one. Yeah, it's the second one. It says Sean is free to play and refreshes daily, and he has 18k gems. You just have to not summon with your gems. I think I did a few summons with gems. I feel like I might have, but it wasn't like. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I did. I think I did a few. I don't remember how many though. Actually, no, it wasn't a lot. It had to be at least like 2k. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a crazy amount. Most of my stamina has gone, or most of my crystals have gone into stamina refill. Yeah, most of my currency has gone into stamina refill. So to be honest, yeah, max stamina refilling every single day. 1,000 a day. Said probably bought the pack, $800 or 800 diamond packs. I might have gotten them, but I mean I wasn't counting those either. So hold on, they probably did have them in it though. I mean they did for sure. Let me see. So I got. Let's see. Nope. Oh, is it not gonna? Wait, what the hell? Oh, did they just take all the packs you bought out? Oh, is that what they do? Okay, I guess that's what they do. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what they do. Yeah, because the only ones that I can visibly, like, I didn't buy any of those. I did buy some in the Dazzler puzzle event though. Yeah, I got these. So this had Yeah, I have to see what other ones I got because these don't even have Hydra crystals in them. Is it the weekly? I guess it has to be that, right? That's the only other one it could be, because the other ones are gone. Wait, did this reset? Oh yeah, we are. Wait, it is only Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, it is Tuesday, so it did reset. Okay. You said y'all pocket watching, bro. Hey, listen, it's all right. I don't care because it's my money. I don't know. Like, that's you said, have you cleared the last stage tower boats? I entered the stage and immediately got one tap. No, I haven't done it. I haven't done it yet. Honestly, nope. I basically, I haven't been trying to try hard like those stages just yet because I'm trying to build up my stuff, man. That's really it. Yeah, I've been trying to like I did more anti-sync. That was like the thing I did the most recent. I did more anti-sync pushing, and then I stopped at Kururu. And really, what I need to do here is just finish up my damn pet. You said they literally outsped me and one tap me. See, that's kind of my problem with a lot of stuff is that I get outsped at this point quite a bit. So again, my fastest character was a plus 113. So it's a lot better than what I was telling you guys the other day. It was like my fastest was like 87. So now it's like 113. And on average, I have some characters at about 104 to 105. So that is kind of like the speed rolls have been okay. They haven't been that great though. He said it's without stamming, so I was pushing. We're not having stam, so I don't need to build anything for it. But the last stage literally one tapped me. Yeah, I need more speed really, because even like for the Infernal dungeons, it just is gonna make it easier if you're at like 270 on some stuff. Not everything, but at least some things. That's like kind of the general baseline. Will you be able to farm Inferno when double drop comes? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on the dungeon. Maybe Terror I might be able to get up close to, but I'm fine with not farming it for the 2 times if I can't, because the thing is that I still need to build up my general baselines. I'm not trying to like jump into Infernal and then I just can't do it consistently. Like most people that are doing this are farming manual, which will make sense if they have like a sub-minute clear. But like any longer trying to do that manual, like say your average is like 12 minutes, like bro, and you got like, there's some people with like 50 stamina pots, that's gonna be nuts to farm. Like to be real with you. Like that's gonna be absolutely nuts to farm. That's a lot of stamina to be sitting there trying to manual on like a 6 to 10 minute clear. You said, do you use Holden in your team? Yeah. You said how many capsules do I got? I have 37. Yeah, I have 37 capsules right now. You said after I built a lot of shells, I managed to clear Sharon just by switching the shells to see which one helped me clear it. Thanks to Halloween Clutch Link. Yo, bro, I'm telling you that, and that's the thing too, is like you got to make up for certain things in some fights. It might be a matter of just healing more. It might be a matter of like, you know, cooling down faster. So it just all kind of depends. You said, yeah, hell nah, no manual for me. You said, how is your Holden built? My Holden is actually built like this. Let me put his gear back on him. This is my Holden build. Where's it at? That's it. That's my, oh, wrong one. That's my Holden build. Oh, go back. Yeah, that's my Holden build. So effect accuracy, crit rate, and effect accuracy. And then as soon as I get his skill 3 maxed up, or not max, but invested more, I'm actually gonna put him on crit so he can do more damage. It said, Valerian skill 3 might be your answer. Oh, you're at answering Neo. It said Mio's 165 and 6 stars. She got outsped in the last stage of Tower. So yeah, plus 165 is that's still a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, Valerian skill 3 can help. Yeah, Valerian, I don't know. They might have to do something with that because being the only character that can like do that death prevention like in the beginning of the fight is kind of crazy. Like that's such a huge thing. Yo, what's good, Darius? How you doing, bro? He said, is there a threshold for effect accuracy? Like you're saying, like how high can it go? I hope you didn't think I was being too aggressive in that free-to-play competitive conversation earlier. Just passionate about that. Oh, dude, listen, I don't take anything personally. Like, honestly, I don't take anything personally, fam. I mean, no, honestly, no, it wasn't that. What I was saying was, I was just simply saying is that there's going to be a point at which, you know, the currency is going to start to diminish to where you can't keep up with somebody that's like just buying all the time. Not saying that you won't have currency, but it's gonna be taxing to keep up with. You're super sweating right now. Which is the average person going to be able to do that, or even have the capacity to know how they can min-max certain things? Probably not. So yeah, budgeting and like, yeah, tracking your stuff is going to be really important. That's like the whole premise of free to play is like, even when you're using lattice, like you can't just like, you can't like nilly-willy just like do whatever you want. You have to be super intentional, because for the collective amount of one, like say you get one lattice, a well might be getting 4, right? Like, cause they can buy stuff. So that's something that you have to kind of think about. It's like, okay, who am I dumping these lattices into? How am I dumping it into them? And what is it for? Like, what is this opening up more than one thing? Or is this one thing that important that I need to build up this one character? So I think that that's kind of that. And then also too is like foundationary things. Like you see there's people going into PvP right now using Dating as their DPS. They're not technically using or have to use the other DPSs if they don't want to. But that's, you know, considering investment costs. It's easier to build some of these SRs from the ground up than SSRs right now for a lot of free-to-plays generally. So even if you're max refilling, you also have to make sure, and that's one thing I know is just kind of one of the things that's going to kind of be interesting to see, how you can keep up with meta fleshing out, right? Because that's the biggest thing, is having like having the things necessary to keep up with those that are in the top 100. So if like a unit comes in and it shifts the complete meta, you have to be able to keeping up with that shit, with those shifts. So that's another thing too. I honestly believe you could do it, to be honest. He said exactly, having realistic views and not letting your opinions cloud your judgment. Yeah, because I think that that's the thing, is like, usually when I speak from the perspective, or at least my point of view with a lot of things is usually from a general standpoint, just because most players aren't going to do it. Like, they just can't. They don't have the capacity. They barely know what to farm right now, let alone being in top 100. like they're not gonna be, not even in the top, yeah, they're not gonna be in the top 100. Like, they're gonna be just existing basically. And like, more than anything, a lot of casuals tend to copy builds because it's just easier. Like, they don't have to think about it. Oh, this build works. But that's what kind of gets them caught up sometimes, is they'll see a unit and don't realize that that unit is actually built for a very specific structure comp. And so they don't realize, like, well, if that unit's not in that comp, that build doesn't work that way. You might need a different build for a different comp. So that's why I was saying, like, watch those recent clear times and see what the run looked like before you actually decide to lock in and, you know, build up a character a certain way. You said probably some free-to-play players blindly follow content creators' advice. I always tell people to, that's why I always, like, again, like, even the information I try to push from other people too is just like, on the general consensus, we're trying to make sure that players are making a solid, sound decision that they don't feel like they're gonna regret. That's why, like I said, like, people are like, hey, we're doing the Shieta thing right now, but I'm like, you know, I'm just waiting to see, like, okay, just to be safe before I start pushing people to be like, yeah, reset your Remoka, right? Because I think that that's also like, that's a thing that could very well be another thing where then, like, later on something else happens with Remoka, and then it's like, well, damn, why did I reset my Remoka? Because now Remoka's doing, like, it's always gonna be like that. It's always gonna be somebody doing something super busted or super, like, because that's how it started out with Remoka. Like, everybody's like, oh man, I need Remoka, right? So you're gonna have to settle with some things too. You're super concerned with the economy of the game beyond the one-time missions, since we can't clear out shops. So I don't know how we will have enough resources to farm and save for specific banners. Yeah, I think that that's the thing that I think that might be maybe what they're probably working on, because I know the last time that when I was able to speak to them the other day, they were basically asking. They basically told me that they were working on new content. So we'll see what that new content ends up being. And And that very well could be more things that's giving us more income to the game, because that is a big thing, right? Like that's definitely a really big thing. So yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that at all. I think that that's something I was actually thinking about that the other day anyway, because I was just looking at like I said, like my experience from playing games like E7 and just seeing how they kind of evolved over time. And it's like, I know it's not necessarily something that might happen immediately, but I think it is something that like should be in the works at least ahead of time, so that they can start to improve the player experience, generally speaking, and then also improving the experience for when newer players come in, so that they don't feel certain pressures that maybe the first generation of players might have felt, you know? You said, "Nah, I love my Ramoka, and I got her with 3 dupes." Yeah, she's good. No, she's still good. She is. He said one of the secret texts, I heard no one talking about Solence for the purple shell boss. He said one before last, the debuff basically CCs the minions and shuts down their whole boss mechanic compared to Kazio's sleep that can wake up with 1 AoE. And since most defense downs are AoE, Solence is just perfect for that boss. I only haven't talked about it because I don't have her. Like that's kind of my gripe right now. Like I've been aware about it since their change, but yeah, I can't show it. Like, so I was like, was really wanting to get her to do a video on it, but yeah, can't show anything, you know? That's unfortunate, right? One of the few characters I just don't have. But yeah, it is really good. It is absolutely really good. I mean, that's going to be something that's useful in those scenarios. How often are we going to have content that's like that? Could be very often, you know? Definitely could be very often. You said I can. Yo, Darius, I gotta do a showcase for Hoyan too. Anyway, you said what's the minimum effect accuracy that makes sure you're landing debuffs? It changes as you go up in difficulty, and so like I think by time I was in Nightmare, or was it Hell? I don't even remember. I think like by the time I got to Hell, I tried to have at least like 130 something, but Inferno might be a whole. I've seen people stack mad effect accuracy in there too, because I did notice that like when I was running at about like 130 something, my stuff wasn't landing. Like, yeah, it's like 200 plus in Inferno. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's a lot because the resistance. So you have to think about the way the equation is set up. It's like it's like the effect accuracy does multiply it by 2, but then you have to overcompensate for the effect res of the boss itself. So that's kind of like why you have the ceiling so high for effect accuracy, is because you're trying to compensate for the effect resistance that you're up against. That's why like Holden, for example, is still really good in Terramaton, because he actually lowers effect res by 40%. So that's like even more of a reason why he works even better in like the highest difficulty, because he can also lower your effect accuracy requirement. That's like basically what that's doing. So it's giving you more of an opportunity to land your other debuffs on your squad, and then he also has the attack down, so you're not getting hit as hard. So that with defense scaling is like super big. Still gotta wait for the game to release in China. You said which game you guys talking about? Bro, I don't know what we're gonna be streaming on. You said Holden has his it said car has his Holden at like 200 effect res, a 267 speed and auto terror, Inferno. That sound 200 effect yep, that sounds about right. 267 speed. Oh, you're talking about Etheria Restart. Oh, okay. He said is Holden a must pull for free to plays? I wouldn't say he's a must pull. He's a nice pull, honestly. The thing is that I would say like in terms of like ease of access and how he's built, you really don't have to skill up anything like super crazy on him out the box. So he just kind of works. There's different things you can skill up on him if you want it to be more oppressive. Like his skill 2 is super oppressive. Especially up until even once you are dealing with like the mitigation on turn meter pushback, he allows you to still be able to push back pretty crazy. And then on top of that, you have what is it called? The skill 3 with the strip. So I feel like even out of the box, like somebody asked me the other day about like would they build should they build Holden or Heinrich? I would still say Holden. Like Holden is also just easier to build. He's defense scale, so he can tank, he can do damage. Like he has a crazy high multiplier too on his skill too. It's pretty big. It's pretty big. But I would say like for the most part, like yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on where you're slotting him because he has areas where he doesn't work. You said Holden has a higher floor when building. Depends, right? My Holden is doing, if you're going into Inferno, sure, but I'm autoing Hell 4 with my Holden with this gear, right? Like my gear is outstanding gear. That's what I'm using, and the only character that really has mythic gear is my Deting. That's it. But that's my Holden's gear right now. So he's usable, very much so. He has a really good, I feel like, linear progression, because if you can use a unit at like really low gear value, like, and it's not crazy gear, like I don't have any like crazy max rolls or nothing like that, like it's just kind of like average outstanding gear, really. And this was enough for me to be able to clear Terramatan and auto it even. So his skill 3 and block bust for 2 turns. Yeah, I feel like he's actually, and again, he's a defense unit. Like you just build defense and speed on him. He just works in PvE. So it's not like, it's not a crazy level of investment for him. You said my team was the Ting, Freya, Klaus, him, and what's it called? What's her name? Freya, Klaus, Holden, Deting. Oh, Valerian. There you go. Valerian. Yep, that's my team. No, I'm not using Lily in my in my team. Like that's what I said. Like I literally all the way up until what, Hell 2, going into like Hell 3, I was using Leon as my main DPS. So which I did on stream, by the way. So that's why I said it's like the swapping out, like, yeah, it helped, but I was making do. My runs were a little bit longer. They were about like two something minutes, somewhere around there, which was fine. You said, what are you farming on? 2 times XP? No, I don't care about XP. I care about modules and GP outposts. GP outposts is that's an energy goblin. But GP outposts, like a lot of people are gonna go for XP, but you get more value out of being able to skill up your unit versus like, for example, leveling them. The levels are nice, but if you have like the ability to rotate your skill a turn faster, like that's game changing, right? HP and base stats can be somewhat game changing to a degree, but it's not as crazy as like your shell investment. It helps, it definitely does, but I feel like that's the icing on the cake. I feel like XP is the last thing, to be honest. And even in return value, XP dungeon compared to like GP, I would say like I would do like this rotation personally. I would go GP outposts and modules, really, for what it's worth. Between those two, I feel like those would be great, because a lot of units can still work at level 1 5-star or level 1 6-star. Like, and you need a crazy amount of XP to level characters up too. So that's the other thing. So I just feel like for that stamina yield, you'll get way more value out of having a ton of GP outposts, mats, because that means more skill ups, right? So like, let's say you look through your characters and you look at the attributes that you're trying to build, and let's say like, okay, a lot of them are hollow attribute, and you farm up a ton of hollow GP outposts. Now all you need is a lattice. So as you go, you don't have to really think about it. You're just leveling up your nodes. That again, like, let's say if we took, say a big one, right? Let's say you do Kraken, right? You want to build Kraken, right? So Kraken, that's a turn meter push here. That's game changing. Increasing the freeze chance to 50%. That's game changing. Reducing the cooldown is game changing. Bringing him to a 4-turn cooldown on a skill 3 with 50% turn meter pushback. Or sorry, not 50% turn meter pushback. No, is it 50% turn meter pushback? I think it is. Yeah, 50%. No, it's 30%. My bad, I lied. 30% turn meter pushback, 50% chance to freeze. There we go. And then one turn reduce, that's going to make you rotate better, right? So like when you think about that for a character, having that versus like, okay, I made him level, let's say, you know, we max him out level 56 star, right? It's not changing the fact that like he's still not rotating the skill any better. So yes, he can maybe take more hits, but it's not necessarily changing the fact that his skill is still the same thing before. A lot of characters are like that in this game. So like even if you're looking at say Kazuyo, a lot of players are using her, right? Skill investment in her is just going to make her slumber chance more often. Yo, appreciate you guys, man. That's crazy. We really hit 3,700 followers on Twitch, man. That's nuts. Appreciate you guys. But yeah, even like with characters like her, like people are going to eventually want to have that extra turn meter push on this, right? So the chance of the turn meter being pushed and the chance of slumbering and the S1 being increased, because that with the 2 times is only 40%, and then you have to factor in the effect res, it sucks. But if you're able to get that up to that 30%, that's pretty big. And then even with this, like I already started putting some in her skill 3 so that it actually increases the unit as well, right? In terms of her chance of proccing that skill more. And yes, that's a very, very valid point. This is something that does not get talked about quite often, and it's actually pretty true. Your prowess is really important because just like we're arguing like, oh, well, leveling the character gives base stats, I would argue you actually low-key get way more value here base stat wise because you can also get speed. That's another thing that's actually really important too. Like granted with levels and starring up, you can get speed, but that's one thing that like, even if you were just able to do the outer brim, that's 25 attack, 40, 5%, 60, 5%, right? That's a lot of value that you're tacking onto your character. And depending on the character, you're going to aim for different nodes. So like, I'm not really using her for that, but that extra attack could be nice because that means that when she hits, she is hitting a little harder. That can make or break a clear, right? Like little things like that do matter. Even if you're using units in PvP, right? We're seeing like certain characters that don't normally do DPS in PvE. They're DPSing pretty well in PvP, right? And these nodes can be really important to allowing that character to be more effective. So you got HP, you got attack, you got speed, you got defense, and then you have the extra additive of having additional abilities to enhance your character. So like GP Outpost is going to be massive for a lot of players because that's such a huge bottleneck. If you don't have skill ups on characters, at least within the lattice that you have, like, so let's say by time 2 times is up, you know, you're going to have 10 you know, evolution lattices for characters. Try to plan that, you know, like create some sort of plan like, okay, I need to at least farm this amount of GP outposts because I know I'm going to be leveling these characters up, you know. He said, would you advise building Heinrich in which skill prio? Yeah, you can build Heinrich. He's perfectly fine. He gets slotted into quite a bit of stuff. With Heinrich though, I'm trying to think. I know the chance of being able to dispel buffs is a thing with him, but you don't really have to worry about that because it's already at such a high chance anyway, even with the effect accuracy being added to it. His skill 3 is really massive though if you want to use him as a damage buffer. So like what here it says, it increases the crit damage boost of each last word stack to 30%. So that you also can increase the duration of block buffs, and then you also have the reduced cooldown. So a lot of skills feel really bad in this game if you don't have them with someone that's cooling down at 5-turn cooldown. Like a lot of skills do, and that's actually kind of one of the perks of a lot of lower rarities is that they can get to like 3-turn cooldowns and stuff like that. Like it's like, that's why Gray's cooldowns are like probably some of the best in the game. Like that man's like basically on a 2-turn cooldown for his stuff, which is kind of crazy when he's maxed out. So some characters just have value like that, but you know, you still got things like Codex of Magic and stuff like that too. You said, I burned on my gems and standard banner today. I'm 47 and can't refresh, and the stamina income isn't that much. Would you advise me to do? Wait, Who told him to go run and touch grass? Yo. Expect. Why'd you say appreciate the advice? Thanks. Yo. Yo. Bruh, I'm asleep. Y'all are funny, bruh. He's dog. He really said go touch grass. He said thank you for the advice. Bro, nah, listen, I was really trying to answer. I was gonna answer that seriously, but yo, that response was just mad funny. Please stay safe. That was hilarious, bro. But nah, honestly, dog, like if you're in that scenario, you're gonna have to, yeah, you're gonna probably have to chill on trying to reset the next few days. Cause I would say like if you're trying to refill, I would say like if you're in a position where you can't do it right now because you don't really have currency, whatever currency you get, hold on to it so you can actually use it in the 2 times. I would say like even over pulling right now, the 2 times event is like a really massive event. I would say even if you're in a position right now, let's say you only have 3,000 crystals right now, I would save those 3,000 crystals for the 2 times event. I like literally wouldn't go crazy on anything else. So like if you just have to get on and use your stamina and you don't do any refills, hey, so be it. Save your pots and use those refills those days, right? Like I feel like that's gonna give you the biggest bang for your buck. And I'm telling you, like, depending on what you farm, it can astronomically shift your progression. Because a lot of these units need, like, certain values to make them operate better. And so if you have, like I said, GP outpost mats, and you start getting some of those modules at a higher interval, it's going to make it easier for you to be able to, whatchamacallit, like, transition into your next part, right? I got so many stamp pots. I don't know if I have enough time to use them on the 2 times event. It depends on your clear time. I would say like right now, like my Hell 4 team is at about like a 2-minute clear. It's like 156. I'm a blast that. Like that's good. Anyone that's at like a sub-minute though, they're gonna be done like pretty quick, comparatively to everybody else. But keep in mind, some people are manualing it. So within the amount of reason that they are willing to sit there, there's that. He's like, are you gonna reset Ramoka eventually? I don't see me doing that I honestly, no. Nah, I wouldn't reset her. I already kind of have her locked into my teams. I know what build I'm going to be doing on her. So yeah, nah, I'm going to use her because I already, I actually like using her in some PvP stuff too. Cause I like the stun. That's like really what I like. I like the stun. I know like if she gets that kill in the first 3 hits, then it's massive AoE damage to everybody else. Like she's nice to use, especially this early. So I'm using her in quite a bit. And what I'm also factoring too, I wouldn't reset Ramoka at this point as well because I need a green DPS. When I was looking at like different things that I'm trying to clear, it's like things like for example, like the Ethernet rally. Like who else am I using for green DPS? like I don't have anybody else at this point. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, there's other areas in the game where you can get use out of that character. And I feel like eventually I have Shieda. I'm going to build her. I like Shieda a lot, but I'm going to build her anyway. So that's why I'm like, I'll get to her when I get to her. You said mob clearing is always relevant in my opinion. Yeah, that ability is pretty big. Yeah, it is. You said why though her 3rd skill in PvP is funny? Well, because like at this point you don't have I don't have a lot of options, right? Like just like, you know, I'm running through PvP with the team. Like it's like whatever I have to use is what I use. You know, so that's that. Like it just all depends on what I'm fighting. Sometimes I'm up against like a Tiamat and I just want to blast her, or I might be up against somebody with a I don't know, we even say like a Ling Lao, and I'm like going first for rotation so I can like stun her that turn and then deal with the rest of the team and then kill her afterwards. And the other thing too is like with her, she is pretty self-sufficient. Like she can heal herself. Like she's fun to use. She's fun to play is really what it is. She's actually really fun to play. My Dating, right now I have him on attack, crit rate, and crit damage right now. But as soon as I get, I'm probably gonna alternate him though to crit damage. But I need to actually invest in him a little bit more. You said he's just gonna. You said, bro, not going to the gym. He gonna use this like excuse. Nah, I'm gonna go. Nah, dude, like I'm kind of a late, like a night owl when it comes to stuff. So I'll work out at the gym like midnight if I have to. Like it's a routine thing. So like once it's a habit, you just kind of make it happen no matter what. And I'm kind of like I had ate all that food earlier, so I'm kind of letting it. I was letting it settle. Really is what it is, because I ate a lot of food and I can't work out like super full. I like to work out after I eat, but I can't work out right after. Right? I can't work out right after. I'm gonna throw up. So yeah, there's that. You said not critical rate, critical rate. Either one can work. The conversion is like relatively the same, to be honest. You said how you gonna make that transition? I'm actually going to drop his attack some, but I'm trying to fine tune my subs more so I can have more guaranteed crit on him, and then I'm going to shift some of that value into my crit damage. So. And then a lot of that transition also too is going to come from me leveling my passive effects, which is why this next few days I'm literally blasting the pet dungeon, because I'm going to start trying to roll some of these effects so I can get these up, because these are pretty massive for closing some of those gaps to get you over that 2K range on some of your like a 2.3 without having like the attack piece. And then you could go for like I got the gold roll here for like crit damage, but I'm going to try to get a man, trying to roll red is just a pain in the neck. Like, you can get an extra 30% crit damage on the middle piece, bro. Like, that's a lot. But how often, like, what's the chances of getting that? Like, right now, I have 783 reconfig chips. Man, that can go in, like, I can make that disappear in, like, probably a good minute and a half. Like that could disappear in like a minute and a half, bro. That could dead disappear in a minute and a half. Now what I'll do is I will roll gear on stream. Probably after the 2 times, because I'll be able to actually I'll actually have more training data to actually roll stuff with. You said the reconfig slot machine is treacherous. No, it's bad. Yeah, I mean it's RNG. It's just like everything else in the game, but it is what it is. Like if you can get something to settle with, like I was like, hey, I'm settling with that. This is not even. And crazy thing is that this is a mythic roll, but it's a low mythic roll, right? So you can get that up by another like what 1.2%? Was that no 1.5%? So I can go all the way up to 8%. So, or actually, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. So I was like, dang, dude, like, I'm just taking it. You said it's super good and bad. Yeah, because it's a low high roll, right? Or a low rare roll. So I'm probably gonna spend a week rolling gear for viewers. Bro, we can do something like that. I actually don't mind doing that. I'm probably going to do, there's a couple of videos that I got coming up that I'm gonna be doing for some people. And then that's actually probably what I'll do in these next few days, because I think like in terms of like my progression in grinding certain dungeons, I'm not going to be doing that just because this week is kind of set in stone, like at least until the end of the week on what I would be farming. So I have a few other different like video things I'll be trying to do. You said Hell 4 Doki. I have her on like 160 something. I probably need like to get her up a little bit more, but like I know once you go past that, you need like 200. But yeah, she's at like 160 something right now for Hell 4 on Doki. He said Jamaican free to play name change, new to the game. Yo, what's good, Jamaica? How you doing, fam? He said new to the game. What should I focus on and what not to do? What not to do? What not to do? Don't re-roll your account if you get Shadow Sania on it. What to do? Follow the hyperlink charter. That's your best friend. I would say still pulling on your account. Standard banner is your best friend starting out. You're actually in a pretty good position because we just had 2 banners drop. So you basically, you don't have to target focus these in the beginning because you have a chance for you to pull any of the units in the game off a standard banner. I would say after a few days of doing that, you can decide what you want to do from there. A lot of people though are actually waiting. They're holding their I wish I could show you it on this account, but there's a you'll see that there's a selector banner where you can basically pick a unit of your choice. You want to hold on to that if you can. What you're using the permanent banner for is so that you can flesh out your account. There's a much bigger pool now, slightly bigger, because they added two SSRs to it, but still nonetheless you'll be able to still get those units. I would say ones I would keep an eye out for, if you like for real would keep an eye out for, Freya, Klaus. Klaus is a really big one. If you get trying to think, I mean, there's stuff going on with Shieda, so there's that. Ramoka is still very good as well. If you get Biotin is actually really very, very good. Chloros will be good for your in-game Terramatan later. Yeah, those are some of the ones I'm like kind of like. I mean, Holden can work if you do get him. He can still help you progress. LDs though, if you get any of these, like specifically if you get Shao Sania, if you get a Lily, if you get a Mio, they're going to help you in different areas of the game. Like Mio is being super freaking heavily used in PvP right now, but she also does a lot of things amazing in PvE too, without any skill up investment. So she's pretty nice. Shadow Sania is currently the only unit that can clear like in-game Terramatan right now, but that is also her being paired up with a Lily for the current state of where we're at. So you have to kind of factor that combo in. Messiah is actually really good at everything, but not the best at everything. AoE, defense ignore, cleaver. Heinrich is a buff stripper. He has the ability to damage amp, crit rate increase, crit damage increase. And Doki Doki is basically cooldown, turn meter push. I would say out of everybody, like, dang, that is kind of a shift. Doki Doki is really good too because she can purify debuffs as well. But I would say these characters right here, for sure, are going to probably get a little bit more use on an account. I would definitely say though, if you get anybody, just like ask in the Discord, because I know you're in there, ask what skill it is that you would want to prioritize, or if you even need to prioritize them. I would say if it's not for the hyperlink charter for Leon, don't put any Lattice into anyone or Lattice into anyone yet. Wait until you're able to basically see what you get on your account, and then from there, yeah, she doesn't need any at all. She doesn't need any at all right now. Later on, though, if you really want her to shine, she needs to be maxed out. But like my Doki Doki, what did I do? I did something like really dumb with no, with her at 4 stars, with no, like, she has like very unique scenarios where she just kind of pops off and does her stuff. But yeah, I would say like if you really want her to be super like uber busted, she needs to be maxed out. But yeah, I would say like, yeah, before you do anything, flesh out your account first and then see what you actually want to put your skill up mats into. SRs, there's a ton of SRs that are really good for you to have. Forgot to mention those because SRs are really good in this game. So Valerian, if you get her, she's like uber busted for keeping your team alive. Skill 3 needs to be maxed out though for her. The Ting is really good. You got Marvel that's still really good for pushback. Chiaki the Echo can be really good if you don't have certain things on your account. Kazuyo you can technically get for free. Trying to think, Gray you get for free. He's going to be able to do DPS. He crit buffs, defense breaks. Let me see here. Obel. Oh man, I wish I had Obel, man. He's such a good character as you get closer to like a lot of the in-game stuff too. He just ends up becoming better. Kraken's really good. Viper is actually really good for Aurora. Chiaki can work in like some earlier Aurora as well. She works well in Terramatan. Fangus actually pairs up well with Shadow Sania. Dyna is probably one of your top units that you're going to get for damage amping if you don't have Kloss, but to be fair, respectively so, they both excel at their job as damage ampers in different team comps. So there is that. And then Dorothy the Wisher is actually really good too. But yeah, there's so many things to invest in, and that's good in this game. Like, you said Doki, help for never giving me a speed gear. I'm bro, I don't get speed. I got like 2 pieces, and one of them was like flat HP with no speed on it. I was like, damn, all right. You said I got Obel. What's the mix? Obel. Wait, what do you mean? What's the mix? Like you're saying like builds or who to pair him with? Is there any advice for skill ups on Obel? So I got him recently, and I thought he could be good for Aurora, but I don't know how to build him. Obel's skill 3 I think is pretty important. Skill 3 increases the chance of him inflicting dot, and it also increases his chance of stunning. The dispel it's important if you're trying to use him for that conversion. Like if the boss has a buff that he can convert, then he can basically do up to 2. It's 60% chance to convert as well. I would say, honestly, the skill 1 is actually something later down the line you can get. It increases his chances of being able to dot. But his skill 3 is the most important one, to be honest. Very, very important. He said, man, actually the next balance patch, I heard that is before the next RTA season. Balance patches are supposed to be in between the seasons end. So yeah, it'll be right before the next balance patch happens, or the next RTA season starts. Mr. Streamer, can you log into my account and give me advice? I don't like free-to-play players as well, sir. Yo, Lonzo, listen, you hit me up. You're one of my mods, bro. Yeah, I got you. I got you. You said, I like the rare units that inflicts dot as well. Oh, you're talking about Ashu. Yeah, Ashu. Yeah, he has dot on his skill 2. AoE, 3 turns at max. Yeah, he's pretty busted. Yeah, he's fun to use. Definitely a fun character. AoE silence. If he had a higher base speed, he would cook, bro. He still technically can do stuff like this early in the game because he's at a 120 base. So, like, he can still do stuff. He might not be the opener, but he can definitely be used. He said, can't wait for the 2 times event. GP Outpost about to run his pockets. Yo, that's why I was like fixing all my teams so I can make sure they're all auto friendly and just gonna hit a button and that's gonna be my stamina disappearing. He said, what skill should I prioritize for Hoyan? She kind of needs to be like fully built, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. Hoyan is straight PvP, throwing hands. I would definitely say, like, if you're looking to look at anything first, it probably would be skill 3 for her. That's like really where her bigger modifier is for damage, and it reduces her skill cooldown to 3 turns. I mean, her passive could also be good too, though, because this gives you the attack increase as well. Like, she needs everything, bro. That's what's kind of annoying. Yeah, she needs the 25% because that's basically from the fleeting glance. That's going to be basically increasing how much damage she gets per time that she ults. The cooldowns being reduced is going to make it to where after she comes out of Soul Ward, she can proc going back into her skill 3 faster, because otherwise it's just kind of horrendous to be able to get that. And you have 2 skill cooldowns in this, so it's at like, is that 6? Yeah, I think it's at like 6 before. That's kind of high. Yeah, you said she needs everything because she but she can't afford shoes. Yeah, she needs everything because even with the skill 1, you want that to be hitting as hard as possible. Like, it's like she's such an investment unit, man. It's like, but again, she's a unit intended to be one-shotting and doing certain things. She has the ability to have like crazy damage scaling, but that's why even between like her and Hoden is still a better pickup, which is their twin. Just because he's universally just more usable. Like, it's not even so much that he's just better. Like, he's just more usable for more things and doesn't require nearly as much investment. I forgot to have him. So like none of these skills on him need to be leveled, right? Like, none of these need to be leveled for him to operate. it makes him better though. Like if he has a skill 2 invested, he's nuts. If he has a skill 3 invested, it makes him even better for landing his strip on his dispel buffs, and then the attack res or attack down and res down, and then the cooldown closes some of those gaps. But like none of it's actually required to make him do stuff, right? Like it's definitely really yeah, it's really rough for Ho Yan just because she's a high ceiling skill, like investment ceiling unit. He said also apparently he has the highest silence chance in all of the characters. And so what are the best shell role skills for DPS? Said like slash the team. Yeah, bro, I would be real with you. Like rolling passives right now are like insane. They're so expensive, and it's RNG. That's like the last thing you're kind of doing. There's some people that's doing it now because they don't give a damn. But like when you start talking about rolling these on mythics, my God, it's 30K a roll, and it costs what is that? 30K a roll, 12 reconfigured chips per roll, right? If you are on DPS, it depends on the damage dealer. Like, say it's like a Deting, you want things like crit damage. If you get a crit rate roll, you can settle with that. Crit rate can work, but crit damage, you want like attack percent here. And then the last one, you could go for like final damage. Like, there's a few that you can just settle for because I'm being real with you. Like, trying to roll 3 passive slots perfectly is freaking insane. You say you never run out of reconfig chips. It's always a training currency I'm out of. Yeah, but that's the thing too. Like once you start hitting all 3 passive slots on stuff, you're gonna be out of training data too. Like it's gonna be gone, brother. Like that's the thing. Like if you're like for the most part, it's like what I usually advise is like depending on the unit. If you say you're trying to build up something and you're trying to be a little bit more intentional, like rolling just the second passive is really nice. Because here, for the most part, like especially on supports, you can get things like speed, right? This is really important for units that you're trying to have rotate faster. So like if you're trying to get speed, you'll go second passive, and then everything else kind of comes as you have the resources to make it happen. But second passive, I would say, is probably the most important slot for most general things. Because this slot, I would even say, like you could settle with someone, like even if it was flat, but let's say it's flat attack, you can settle with that until you're able to get the role that you want later on. But here, it's really nice to have like that speed if you're trying to build up a support, or even that crit rate is going to make it to where you can crit more often. Like that's something that could be nice for certain units depending on what they do, you know, either supporting or damage dealing. These are extra things that kind of come into effect, like final damage increase of 8%. Like that's a luxury thing. So I feel like even like when people really start to focus the third passive, unless they're doing it like where they focus on one pet at a time, that's just kind of like your luxury slot. Because this isn't really like a necessarily required to make your character operate. These two though can definitely add a ton of value based off of what you might aim for. You said I would just wasted 1 mil trying to get Shadow Dash and didn't get it. Yeah, it get like that. That's why I said like that's one slot, 1 million, and then you got to keep in mind you're still spending the same training data to upgrade this to max, right? Like if it was like 1.4 million to max out a mythic shell, like that's a lot, right? Like you're getting what? Let's say 90. Like I think I'm getting like 90K per run right now, which is like if we do the math, so 90K. Times, is it 90K or I'm lying? I might be lying. It might be less than that. It's not 90K. It's is it 90K? No, it is 90K. Yeah, so that times 10. No, that's 10. I'm lying. It's 10K per run. Wow, dude, if it was 90K a run, that'd be god tier. But no, it's 10K per run. And then it's like 10, right? So you're getting like 100,000. Let's just give you that number. Yeah, 10 to 12K data per run before melting shells. Yeah. So it's like 100K, right? Bro, if you hit like right now, just for me to go up is 20K. But if I'm looking at, let me see, I got a shell that I can show you. Level 38, right? It's 65K for me to just level this character or this shell one time. That's not including that I'm gonna have to pay again for the next level. And then I gotta give them, what is it, 250K if I wanna level this up to 4-star Awaken. I think it's 250K, right? so like, bruh, it gets so expensive. And it's like, yeah, that's just like from the one, right? And then that's not including, now I want to roll the passive effects on the pet. Like, it's just like it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Now I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in at the end of this week once I actually finish farming, because like, bro, 400K, that's gonna be gone. So yeah, I'm gonna do it at the end of the week. But you said it's a share that still works without revelation. It's clear how forward without it. But I don't target puller just for the revelation thing people are using. Is it better to roll passives or to make shells? Make the shells. The passives mean absolutely nothing if the shell is level 10. like honestly, because the other thing is too is that you roll more base speed and base attack and base defense and base HP on your shell. So like, for example, a maxed out shell, right? Maxed out shell, Awaken. Let me see. Go to attribute. 35, right, on the speed here. Extra 2.3k HP, 158 defense, 593 attack, right? So like, those base stats like are huge. If we look at Gigabyte, it's the same thing, right? A little bit of a different value because there's certain values do change, but the speed is the same, right? You have 3.5k attack or HP, 297 on the defense and 240 on the attack. But this isn't for DPS typically. This is mainly for supports. Supports are cutting usually a lot of the times. So that's why like White Fang versus like a Gigabyte, you see that there's a difference. Damn, I probably should explain that in a video because I bet you some people probably didn't even realize that. But that's why you see a difference in certain values. Like the HP is lower on a White Fang, but the attack is double on a White Fang than it is on a Gigabyte, right? So like, these are things that like, when you're looking at like the shell investment, these things kind of come after the fact. Bro, I feel like I made like 5 shell videos like in the like last like week. I was like, bruh, this feels redundant. He said, wait, my Gigabyte is 40 speed Awaken. I think you might have, I'm trying to think, you might have a roll on it. I think you might have the roll for it, I'm assuming. Do you have a red passive roll on speed? He said, yo, what's up? What's poppin'? Said, we'd like to ask, since you also played from the first round of beta, but is it true that Inferno is higher in terms of stats of the mods and bosses? Yeah, they shifted it, it looks like, for sure. But yeah, it was based off beta, so kind of makes sense that they changed it. Yeah, it's definitely some shifts to it. But then again, yes and no, because here's the problem that a lot of players that played in the beta with tester accounts aren't really talking about. They played in the beta with maxed out accounts. So is the difficulty really harder when your units have 5 out of 5 out of 5 on everything and you have literally maxed out gear? I mean, yeah. like yeah, everything's gonna be harder. So I don't really think it's even that. I'm telling you right now, and it is a fact, there was only a few of us, and I mean like less than 5, that played truly from the bottom up. Like, and I mean like with no maxed out accounts. So like, if you have a maxed out account, well, yeah, it's gonna feel harder if you're trying to work your way up. Like, every unit on those tester accounts, which, by the way, I was watching to see who did what at what point on those servers, because I was one of the first people on those servers. Maxed out everything, you clap everything in the game. All you need to do is just slide into gear and level it. It had infinite Etheria coin on it. Like, this is me just being transparent. The accounts had infinite Etheria coin on it. We could summon as much as we wanted on those accounts, which we didn't need to because everything was already maxed out. Every unit was max duped. Every unit, every SSR, every SR, every shell pet had 3 columns for matrix bonuses. It was almost impossible for you not to be able to clear the content, right? So it's almost kind of hard to say, well, yeah, they just buffed it all. Like, that is kind of, I mean, I don't know. Because a lot of that testing, like, from that standpoint, it's like, like, it's just going to be inherently easier. Now, I will say they probably did buff it to some degree. I'm not saying they did it at all, but a lot of it is that too. So I think trying to find that happy medium, we kind of figured, at least I kind of figured that was going to happen, right? And like I've been telling everybody, is that the expectation that was being set, that everything is going to be exactly like the beta, and we keep like skipping over the word beta. I don't think it's necessarily like it's like the truth. You said so eventually most teams will be able to beat content. Yeah, that's the thing. The variation in the teams are going to change. Like I said, like on that in-game tester account, I never use Lily. Like I promise you, that's not even kidding you guys. I never use Lily. I promise you I never use Lily. And that's just because, again, you don't have to. Like, you literally don't have to. Most teams that, when you have your DPS built on momentum, you got units that are able to debuff properly. They're landing. They got a ton of, they got enough effect accuracy. Like, bro, I'm telling you, that's just how it was. So I never used her. I would even argue Heinrich. I use Heinrich more than I use Lily. I might have used her a couple of times in some dungeons, but at that point on a super juiced account, Heinrich actually had more value than Lily did, because Heinrich was like there to kind of like open everything. Even like with the speeds and stuff like that, he just straight up opened, and then your DPS could just clap whatever. A lot of the Inferno teams beforehand on maxed out builds, none of them incorporated Lily at all. They were all teams that had, like, it was Biotin, it was Dyna, Klaus, you had the Ramoka was up there. Even the Shadow Sania was predominant, and she could still do her job, but fully juiced and maxed out units, Shadow Sania actually starts to diminish in value. That's why I said, like, it's not that Shadow Sania, like granted where we're at in the game, Shadow Sania is juiced for a lot of players. But the consistency that you'll notice is that most of those players will tell you they're manualing the content. When you get units fully built up, they got their skill investment, not just their S3, but they got their S2 and S1 juiced, and they got their full build. Like, bro, most units ain't struggling in the game. like it even makes most units are like gonna also be at another point too, right? So that's why I said, like, if you just build more into you said no one actually used Shadow Sania testing, so I don't know where that agenda came from. Yeah, I mean that I will say, but that's also where the premise of her being the worst unit came from, because none of them tested it. They were like, oh, she's bad. I was like, oh, well. Like, I guess so. You said this game is too janky. You said bored of it already. Not enough content just yet. Have you cleared everything? I mean, to be honest, if I'm be real with you, if you cleared everything, you had the more optimal things to do it. I mean, super try-harding content, clearing everything is, I mean, you're going to run into that always. That's any game. You're going to run into the issue where you got to wait for new content, right? What I usually say is that if you clear all the content, you were super tryharding, to be real. If you beat all of Ember Track, if you beat Anasync, if you beat all of the Infernos, if you somehow did all of that, then yeah, you were super tryharding. And to be real with you, like, there's a lot of content in the game, really, at that point. Like, that's a lot of content, including the fact that now we got Union versus Union coming up. So you said, how many days is it free to play to make a 6-star? How many days? Damn, I didn't really count that. He said, I mean, if they yell, well, you said, what channel are you in? So share. I don't even know what channel I'm in. Probably like 213 or something. But days to make a 6-star? Counting, like, if you're buying, I I would say like maybe I would say it was like 4. You said you think it's like 2 to 3 free to play. I feel like it's like 4 maybe. Is it like 2 days? Because I feel like that's off of like the stuff we got now. But that's also, yeah, actually you're right, because the problem is you shouldn't, like, free to play, you're not necessarily 6-starring everybody. You have to be kind of intentional. So free to play, I would say like within the first week you should have about 2 6 stars, and then everybody else should be like 5-star on your account, because you're trying to build out a more vast roster. You said it's 2 days depending on where you're at in the game. It says harder in game because we no longer have the hyperlink charter. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of it is that, like, yeah, so like that first week is like 2, and then everybody else should be like 5-star for the most part, and then you really only are 6-starring characters that you absolutely need to be 6-star for either damage or for speed. Like it's always one of those 2 things. I don't even think it's really so much for bulk, because a lot of units, and when you look at a lot of in-game clears, there's a lot of team comps with units at 5-star still. I've even seen some teams running like their lilies at 5 stars. You said, you said not enough content. There's literally content that hasn't opened up yet. Yeah, some people I think might have just hit them like the 55. Like some certain things have only been open for like about a day or so between the servers. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, fam, more power to you. Hey, listen, you gotta, at the end of the day, I always say when it comes down to gachas, if you're not doing what you feel like is going to make you enjoy something the most, then it's just not going to be fun for you. So if you feel like, hey, you got to come back 2 months from now and the game's got more content, I would always say that, like, the best thing you can do is just like stay consistent, because the other problem you might run into is that you're just going to be, you might be behind. I don't know what the systems will be within the game. So that's kind of that. You said so he didn't beat everything. I'm assuming not, but I don't know because he said United Front is going to start soon, right? It starts in like a day. Like, yeah, it starts in like a day, bro. So so I don't know. He said, like, brother, Final Inferno just opened up. No way he's out of that content. Bro, hey, listen, this is all I gotta say. Hold on. Hey, I don't know what Asia look like right now, but this is what we got on Aurora right now. Hold on, let me show y'all. Yeah, we got 2 more people. we got 2 more people in here, fam. That just made it to Aurora on Global. So I don't know what server you on, bro, but like, hey, dog, hey, that's just what we got going on over here. Y'all might be doing better on the Asia server, cause we we really got 5 people there. You said Asia has 1? Wait, there's only 1 person that cleared Inferno on Asia? You're lying. There's no way. There's no way. You said they only got 1 with a 435 cleared? No way. They only have 1? No way. There's no way. Yo, all I gotta say is, Depor, how did you get to level 61, brother? That's crazy. He said, generally think Asia's behind, no lie. Really? That's false. I'll tell you right now, crazy. Asia does not have better strats than us, because, to be real, most strats that were made for this game came from global market. Like, if I'm being 100% real. Like, most of them dead came from global market at this point. So like even in like the beta stuff, bro, like, yeah. Like, yeah, that was, it just is what it is. Yo, yo, Plate Walker, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Yeah, they're ahead by a day, but you got to remember too, like, even when I was doing like even when they were doing like their betas, even in like TW, they were kind of like, they weren't like massive like testing, right? I a lot of people were like putting a lot of hate on the game. They weren't even trying it. They're like, oh, HSR clone, like all that. Like, dude, people were not giving this game that time of day. So a lot of the, like, to put it to you this way, right? And this is a fact. I showed it, and Sion is my witness. I sent him the TWCN wiki, okay? Their wiki had 8 of the characters in the entire game tiered on it, and that was after the last beta that they exclusively ran over there, right? So when things started to spill over to here, I already had developed tier list. I already had developed guides. Sion had already made a beginner series. Like, bro, no region had that content yet, and that is straight a fact. They had no guides. They barely had a tier list. They barely, like, there was no like real ranking on anything. So in reality, we actually were contributors to a lot of that base foundation stuff. The wiki literally had nothing on it for CN. People were asking me. They said, Zox, can I see the CN wiki? I would send it to them, and they would look at it and they're like, yo, there's nothing up here. And I'm like, and that was on Billy, mind you, right? It had nothing on it, bro. So we were contributors to a lot of the firsthand information for the game. So that's why it was like, okay, like, that's why I said, like, it wasn't even just so much like, you know, it's really not a we're better than you thing. That's not it at all. It's just we were there. That's all it really was. Because if there had been more of an active player base, they would have been definitely for sure at the forefront of it because they had more access. But in a lot of those betas, bro, like, it wasn't that crazy. It wasn't a ton of people really playing like you would think there was. It just wasn't. You said I've never seen that happen before. Yeah, it's my first time really seeing it happen like that too, but it just was what it was. The project really wasn't like every beta that I seen, it got thrashed. And from each beta, they made the game progressively better. Like, that was just kind of how it went. Like, if you've seen the reviews on the game from the first couple of betas, like, people hated it. Like, because this is going back to when the game didn't even have an auto function, right? Like how now we can hit the auto button and then we can like, you know, we can like actually leave and go do stuff. That didn't exist in the game. That came into the game after CBT2. And here's another lore story. Auto only was 5. It was only 5 runs. It was only 5 runs when they first put it in the game. And people was like, oh, hell nah. And then they said, all right, we'll drop it. We'll bring it up to 10. And then here's another lore story. The star requirement gave you less amount of auto run attempts. So it wasn't as high. So everything was like mandatory 3-star clear, or you just didn't really get anything. So yeah, that was like, yeah, man. You said still only 5 runs. I don't know what you mean. Bro, no, it was capped at 5 runs. It was capped. So when you did the auto, instead of being able to have the ability to go to 10, it was capped. Like if you 3-star something, it was 5 runs you could do at max. That was what you could do. It was capped at 5. So a lot, that's why I said we've seen like things like progressively change and get better. Hydra crystals, non-existent. Like that was not a thing in this game. Like not even Hydra crystals, summons, Animus prototype to be more specific. Actually, everything was done with Hydra crystals. So if you didn't have the Hydra crystals, you didn't do it. The other thing is too, in those betas, they juiced our accounts. Like they were giving us multis like every day. And they were giving us stamina pots and all types of stuff so that we could test stuff. So we didn't even see purchasable items until the most recent paid beta that they did before release. That was the first time in 4 years that we seen anything that was monetary in value, basically. So yeah, it was crazy, man. Like the game has gone through a serious series of changes, man. And so that's why I said, like, for me, my hopes with the game is that they just continue to try their best to get better. Because I've seen them do it. Like, it's definitely not possible. And this is considering when there was no funding, like they weren't making money from running those betas. You know, like there was just testing at that point. So each test has gotten better and better and better. So I'm hoping that the further we get into the game being released, they just add more things too. You said I had more fun in the beta, to be fair. I mean, to be honest, it's because that's kind of how betas are. They kind of juice you to make you feel nice because they want you to enjoy it. That's kind of the whole premise. It's never like the experience of like a official release. So you said betas are about testing the core mechanics, not balance. Yeah, and that's really what it is that like a lot of betas are used for you to be able to kind of give them some sort of gauge of where things are. And again, sometimes I've seen games where come official release, and this happens every game. I'll never forget this. This will be the last thing I say, right? I remember when Genshin Impact was coming out. Genshin Impact had, what was his name? Cho Young, I think it was. He was the ice dude. He could do like that, the freaking ice sphere thing. I think it was Chung Young or something like that. I can't remember I don't know if I'm saying his name right. But he was one of the very first ice characters in Genshin Impact. And I remember from the beta, he was beyond busted. Like, he was super busted. Like, he was doing some of everything. Like, he could just beat the game. Yeah, Chung Young, yeah. He was very, very busted before the game even had hit official release. And then the developers decided before the game release, they decided they were going to nerf him. I never ever, that was my first time ever seeing a community like blow up. They were so pissed. They're like, how dare you? How dare you nerf him? And they decided to do the nerf a day before the game released. But it goes back to the fact that it was before release. so it was just one of those things where players were upset about it. But I was like, dude, like, that's kind of like the nature of the game, right? Like, they're free to do that, especially at that point. And this is considering that Genshin is just a PvE game, right? So that was like a really, really interesting thing to watch. Like, that was a really, really interesting thing to watch. But it's like something that like for all you guys that are playing and actually enjoying yourselves, I'm just saying that because it's normal, right? It happens in every single game. Like, it happens in every single game. The only thing I will say, though, is how the devs handle it is what's really important, right? Like, when they make changes or adjustments, how they handle it is the important part because it happens in every game. So, yeah, that's like this is really the biggest thing. He says, we too, people need to chill, send your feedback and let the devs have time to at least see the feedback first. Yeah, I feel like that's the other thing too. It's like some things need to be expedited, but time is definitely another thing. He said, what do you think to do at Night Abyss? Did you get the invite? I think I did get invited to play it. They actually wanted me to do something on, which I don't know why. They wanted me to do something on TikTok. I was like, what? I was like, why do y'all want me to do something on TikTok? That's mad random. Hold on. Cause yeah, that's I was just looking at it. I was like literally just reading it earlier. I was like, I'm not even a TikTok creator. I was like, bro, I don't even have, like, I have a TikTok, but it's nothing but dance videos up there. Like, I was like, bruh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. They're like, hey, you do TikTok? I'm like, no, not really. Not for gaming. They said they want you to dance, and I bet that is what they want. But yeah, coming up in like the next week, so we have the 2x event and stuff like that. So that's probably what we'll really be focused on. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm about to start dropping some Persona videos and stuff like that on the channel. On my other channel, we got Silver and Blood coming up. So that's another game that we're gonna be playing pretty heavily. And yeah, we game guys. Like I know, like I'm playing Etheria. It's the 21st. 2x event is on the 21st. But yeah, we're gonna be playing other games. So when Silver Palace and other games come out, we're gonna be trying those games. That's probably gonna come out like 2026. I said, damn, I missed Tribe 9. Dude, if Tribe 9 was still out, we would absolutely still be playing it. I promise you. I would definitely work that into my streaming structure. But yeah, moving forward, we're gonna be trying out Silver and Blood. I have a whole nother channel where I'm covering that. So if you guys are interested in that game, I'll be uploading videos. They're kind of doing like the launch hype stuff right now. So if you're interested in that game, that's on my other channel. But Persona is going to be on this channel. So that's what we're going to be doing. Persona is going to be lit. Scion is going to also be making content on Persona as well. He's actually been playing a lot longer than me. What is he? He's damn near senior. He's not even damn near. He is a senior vet. So he's going to be making some very reliable, solid content. So if you like his content for Etheria, you're going to like his content for what's it called? Persona 5X. You said, yo, what's good, Andrew? How you doing, fam? So I can't wait to see your new vids on other games and support you, bro. I appreciate that very much, very much, Mary. Yeah, I think, at this point, I just want to make sure that we all are like having fun and, you know, Etheria. I love Etheria. I'm having a ton of fun with it, but I game. I play other games, and yeah, right now I think the only game I'm really playing is Etheria. So. He said, week 4, you money. He said, look at all the other games. This game is inspired by gearing. Was tough initially, but was nothing like this. And actually, in-game content was hard, which is good. Most of the other content outside of Valley is easy, but gearing is obnoxious right now. Yeah, that's like most gearing games, man, in the beginning. Like, most gearing games are like that. They're definitely not, like, the friendliest. They get better with time, though, right? That's definitely one thing I would say. Like, even E7, like I always say, E7 day 1, week 1, first month, we were farming level, like, I would never forget that, farming level 40 gear from story. Like, that was what we were using to clear content, bro. That's just like that's what it was. But eventually it got better. The more units we get in the game, is, yeah, and I think, yeah, gearing itself isn't like really honestly like as crazy. Honestly, if you really just like, again, follow the format, it's like get your shells done, and then everything else is gonna be like kind of smooth selling. Like with your bases, you start tweaking some of your skills. It's gonna make it more. It just makes it more digestible, really, at the end of the day. And E7 is so much more RNG heavy, man. Like, the gear scoring and all of that jazz, and oh, you rode a high speed and a low. I'm like, oh, brother, like it's a lot. And I mean, there's some of the stuff exists in this game, but like E7, man, E7, man, E7, man. Wait, you said, oh damn, Miss Zox. You said, wait, you said, look at your phone, please. Hold on. Did you, which phone did you call? Hold on, cause I got it plugged in the charger. Okay. Wait, did you send me a message? Wait, what did you say? You said you and my sister? What do you guys want? What did you text me? The whole family called him? You said, oh, you with my aunt right now? I'm gonna go to the gym, y'all. All right, guys, I'm out. See, it's always Ms. Zox. Yo, she's ended. This is her second stream in a row that she's ended, bro. She gonna have to pay reparations soon, bro. But chat, appreciate you guys per usual. Yeah, we'll just be grinding out. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, right? Yeah. She said, nah, get to working, go work out. Yeah, I'm about to go to the gym now. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. We'll be doing the same thing, just kind of grinding out. It's just gonna be daily grind stuff, nothing crazy right now. Try to get those videos out. What time is it? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna get that video out real quick, and yeah, we should be good. But yeah, everybody, take it easy, man. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the follows. Appreciate the subs on Twitch. And yeah, that's that, y'all. I catch you guys later. Y'all have an amazing night. Stay blessed. All right, guys. Peace.